Now, I want to go over this because Tim Pool had a member of the group Identity Europa on his podcast. Now, if you guys don't know what Identity Europa is, it is a white nationalist neo-Nazi group that operates in Europe. And of course, he did not explain to his audience that his guest was a member of Identity Europa. I don't know this brand of Nazis. To give you an idea of like what they get up to, you remember when there were like migrant boats going across the Mediterranean to escape violence? And Identity Europa literally chartered boats to try and turn them away or even sink their refugee boats. They're not good people. To give you guys some ideas here, one of their former leaders praised Nazi Germany and described that their goals were the Nazification of America. So, you know, they are not good. They are, in fact, quite bad, and I would describe them as evil, even. And he had Tim Pool had a member of their group on, and we're gonna watch that episode because, guys, if you had to think of a topic that a fascist might want to talk about, and like disingenuously try to relate parts of our current times to, what do you think it would be? Just if you had to pick one, just any ideas surging to mind? JQ shit? Kind of. You're in the ballpark. Movies? No. Transgenderism? Close. Similar ballpark. Great Replacement. Think historical ideas. Think Midnight and All Night, you've come the closest so far with Islam invasion. It's Rome. It's the Roman Republic. You know, the parallels that they always, you know, oh, Rome became too gay and decadent and it fell because of all of the effeminate gays. You know, the barbarians came and had their way with Rome. Yeah, it's basically an entire episode about how you know, Rome fell, and yeah, you know, the oh man, Rome fell, the United States is falling. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, everybody. Anyway, Patrick Casey is the guy he has on his show. Crystal Hazer, thank you for subscribing.
Rise slide.
Thank you for subscribing with Prime and for being subscribed for 3 months. Jake Husden, thank you very much for tweeting out the stream. Doing the Lord's work. Literally more self-sacrificing than Jesus, okay? So, let's take a little roll down Tim Pool's latest episode of Culture War on the Tenet channel. I think this was an actual stream on the Tenet YouTube channel, which I think is a first. I'm not entirely sure here, but yeah, interesting. They're really trying to make this work. but 53K views is not a whole lot here. Let's see what he's got. Patrick Casey, he was a groyper, wasn't he? Yep. He is, in fact, a groyper and a member of Identity Europa, because they are often in multiple groups. This article came out in 2018, and he's continued to try and take it over. Look at this absolute dolt, by the way. Look at it. Look at this lame ass, like, collar, sweater. Like, yeah. This guy's the superior race, guys. This is what they're all talking about. Absolutely dripless. Yeah, we're gonna replace your culture with ours. A pic of their culture. It's just like a pile of saltines. That's like their new national dish. Anyway, let's go. That's an IRL chud jack. Yeah. I suppose we could just skip ahead into like when they start here.
That arises is, what is the perspective, what is the forefront of what is the focus of the male versus the female perspective? And perhaps the reason so many men think about the Roman Empire is not because Rome is special in the hearts and minds of young men and boys in this country, but because the United States is facing a collapse. So this is what we're going to talk about. We got a couple guys joining us. I don't know, whoever wants to introduce themselves first.
By all means.
I'm Jeremy Slate. I am the...
Can I just say, like Tim Pool opening this up by directly being like, well, everyone's obsessed with it because society's dying just like the Roman Empire. Like, yeah, I'm sure that's why everyone's obsessed with it in modern times. Not any of like the modern associations we have between Rome and like manliness, like from movies like yeah, come on now.
CEO of a company called Command Your Brand. We're a new media PR firm. Had a podcast since about 2015, and when 2020 happened, I started talking about things that matter.
I couldn't think. Okay,
and,
look, I couldn't think.
I guess the reason I'm here is
of a
my
movie
master's
about
is in early Roman
Rome.
Empire propaganda. I studied
Right on the
studied why
spot.
people
Okay,
work-
but now that I've had like a couple seconds, Gladiator. Gladiator is like Fight Club. Okay, it's a movie that a bunch of men never stopped obsessing about. Okay. And when they think of like, oh yeah, I think about the Roman Republic all the time. What they think about is goddamn Russell Crowe shirtless. Okay, that's what they think. There we go, nailed it.
worship the Roman Emperor and how it actually happened.
So Trump is Caesar. And
No, you're 200 years too early.
200 years too early.
Crisis of the 3rd century is where we are right now.
Wow. Oh man, we got too much to talk about.
Crisis of the 3rd century is where we're at right now, bro. Except that's not how history works, bro.
Yeah, I'm Patrick Casey. I'm a writer. I write for Chronicles Magazine. I've written for American Greatness. I am 1776. I write at patrickcasey.com. I had a YouTube channel once upon a time. I've got a podcast called Restoring Order. And
gee, I wonder what happened to that YouTube channel once upon a time. I wonder what happened to his YouTube channel, everybody. Could it have been deleted because he's a fucking Nazi?
that's it. I'm on Twitter at Restore Order USA.
Right on. And then just to make sure we can offend a certain amount of people, we have Ian hanging out.
Hi, everyone. Let me make sure I don't get these. Yeah, I talked some crap about Mormonism last night, and I was not correct about it at all. It was stuff from the Talmud. I was misquoted when I was told about it, but I apologize. That's a thing. When you hear something from a friend or when you read something, don't just go online and like repeat it right away without investigating.
But I asked Ian to come hang out too because Ian actually makes the most Roman Empire references.
Pax Romana, baby.
Yeah.
I was just reading about that. Let's go deep.
And we got Kellen pressing the buttons today.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just lurking in the corner. I'm really excited to, have this history lesson. So let's get started.
All right. So I was ranting about today's ills, but yours, crisis of the 3rd century, you said?
Yeah, so we're in the 200s, and there's this really strange situation in Rome where you
Mhm.
have Marcus Aurelius, who gets a lot of credit for being this emperor that writes a lot, the Meditations.
I heard he was
And
based.
He was base, but he was dumb in the way he operated
Ah.
because there's these 5 emperors called the 5 good emperors, and they start this system of basically adopting the most qualified person near them to become the next emperor rather than using their kid. So he says, I'm going to make my 17-year-old son emperor, and that 17-year-old son is Commodus. So that leads to a really bad rule. He reigns for about 20 years.
Yeah, it's almost
The
like this
Praetorian
is a
Guard tries to
terrible
kill him
system.
several times, and they fail. And eventually a wrestler smothers him. So then you have this
All right.
really weird period then where you have what are called the Barrack emperors. These are emperors that raise armies and then attack Rome. So they realize that their power came from the military. So they would basically, this is the Severan emperors in the 200s, and they would attack Rome and give them the military more money, and that would be how they would do it. So you have this 200-year period of attack, attack, attack. So you have the money has been very debased. I think by 284, it's about 15,000% inflation. So the money is worth like nothing.
Wow.
You have all these tribes coming in from the north. You have, in the west, you have part of the empire has broken off and become the Gallic Empire. You have in the east another break-off empire. So it's this really strange situation. And then you don't have till 284 that Diocletian comes in and says, okay, I'm going to reform things. I'm going to get hard currency. We're going to handle the military. We're going to divide the country up in what's called the tetrarchy, so rule by 4, which is similar to how we have states doing things here in the U.S., and that gives them another 200 years of stability to actually last. I would say that's where we are now.
Really? It's fascinating because people often talk about the fall of the Roman Empire, and they don't mention the Roman Republic. And I didn't know much about this, right? So people have made references to Trump crossing the Rubicon, whatever that might mean.
Oh my God.
Or Biden having crossed it because he's now criminally prosecuting Trump. And then we get a lot of comments from people saying, well, actually, the Republic becomes the empire, and then there's 200 years of empire.
Yes.
And then the empire falls. So so who knows? I mean,
Well, if you look at it, so
Oh my
753 is
God,
when Rome's founded.
dude.
There's traditionally 7 kings of Rome. 509, the last king is killed by a guy named Brutus. And then you have the Republic going from 509 to 31. 31 is when the empire starts. And I think actually that 31 time period is more like 1913. Because if you look at 1913 in the progressive era, you have Wilson, you have income.
I need you all to understand that, like, trying to make the correlations that he's making here from like Roman time 2,000 years ago to now, it doesn't make sense. Like, the modes of production are fundamentally different. No. Oh, it's Crane. That is exactly what this is. It is historical cycles. It is the stuff that like Steve Bannon talks about with like this. We're in the 4th turning. This idea of like every turning comes with like a crisis of some kind that must be overcome lest it destroy society and civilization, right? And I believe it's also related to Kali Yuga. Yeah. Basically, there is a term from Hinduism that you will hear Nazis use. This idea of, because the Nazis appropriate everything, right? Like the swastika. But like, they'll talk about the Kali Yuga. And this was something that was essentially appropriated directly by the Nazis. Here, yeah. Yeah, there's it's from Hinduism. Yes. Like Hitler had like what was called at the time a priestess named Savitri Devi, who like combined Nazism with Hindu ideas. And yeah. I'm doing like a very poor job of explaining this, but essentially it is this idea that their history operates on a cycle, and then the Kali Yuga is like the time of trials. It is the time when it is do or die, essentially. And what Steve Bannon does is he basically does away with the Kali Yuga dog whistle, but he keeps like the idea of cycles, and they're doing a slightly even more subtle version, which is just, oh, time is a wheel. Look, Rome was falling under these conditions 2,000 years ago, and now America's falling under these conditions. Wow. And it's like, it's simplistic nonsense. It's similar to like numerology for conservatives, where conservatives will just like see numbers everywhere and make like weird nonsensical associations between them. This is the same thing, but with historical events, trying to say, well, because this happened 2,000 years ago, that means we're on the brink of doing the same. And that's not at all what it means, because all of the circumstances and situations within our society are completely different. Like, you can't say like, oh yeah, they had rampant inflation 2,000 years ago, just like today. It's like, well, why do they have rampant inflation? It's probably not because, Caesar was doing like quantitative easing. Okay, it's not the same thing.
Tax, you have the Federal Reserve, and you have the 17th Amendment, and that's when America really ceases to become more of that republic type thing. I think if you're looking for your Caesar is more like FDR, because he's the guy that establishes this new thing, and then we kind of go through that until now.
FDR? In
a way, yeah, because he's kind of the big power head in that way.
Wow.
I think it's important to kind of take a look at Julius Caesar, and no, that was all very good context. This idea of Julius Caesar being like super based, and he was loved by the people and so forth, but when you kind of take a look at him, a friend of mine on Twitter, Peter Nemitz, has the take that basically Julius Caesar was a libtard. And hear me out.
Yeah, dictator was a libtard.
I hope I do this take justice, but basically, okay, so he goes off to Egypt, he gets a foreign wife, he starts dressing in Egyptian clothes. I seem to recall reading that reminds me of Justin Trudeau, right? Wearing like whatever like foreign regalia that he wore, right? There is this sense among liberals of just kind of like, denigrating your own thing and exalting like a foreign culture. Mm-hmm. And when you look, he was a populare as well, right? So that meant that he was, and I'm sure there are two sides to that, but that means that Julius Caesar was on the side of like the rabble, essentially. The optimates were kind of more of like the conservative,
like a populist.
Patrician. Yeah, but like, I don't know if he was a super like right-wing populist in that sense.
He was low by birth, and he had to earn kind of his position.
Right. The right-left paradigm of today is obviously going to be, you can't exactly put it on the past.
He wasn't like a commie or anything.
Some would say that, like from like a neo-reactionary perspective. Yeah, he was on the side of like the rabble who wanted more grain, and that's just kind of like a, like the Gracchi brothers.
More grain? Entitlement.
Yeah, exactly. So I would hope that Trump is not our Caesar.
You would hope.
Well, I like the idea of Trump as like a strong man, but doing everything that Caesar did, and again, like his Trump starts.
I like that this guy's like, I don't have a problem with Donald Trump becoming a dictator. I just, I think that Caesar did some two left-leaning things when he was dictator. That's kind of the problem with dictators, isn't it? Now you don't get to elect a new one. Yeah,
it's wearing like foreign clothes or something of the sort, and redistributing wealth, which is what some of the populares were into. I don't think that's really what Trumpian populism, if we want to use that term, is kind of about.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible? Like, I kind of agree with you that the Republic fell in 1913 when they couped in this Federal Reserve, but like, is it possible that the
yes, democracy died when we created the Federal Reserve and divorced our wealth from the gold standard. Yes, we really killed our democracy by not carrying around gold coins with us everywhere. Are you kidding me? These people are so brain dead. Like, how does this work on tens of thousands, if not millions of people? Like, Tim Pool is literally listened to by millions of people. How on earth does this level of, like, bullshit work on them? I don't get it. Does this relate to the hard times bring strong men bring good times bring weak men bring hard times cycle thing? Yeah, Kitsune Cavalier, yes. That is why, like, that saying is like intro to like this fascist cycle idea, you know? You are exactly on the right track. I need to get new batteries for my controller. I'll be right back. Beep boop. Hi, babies. Hello, hello, hello. Did she go to the store to buy batteries? Went out for a pack of smokes, never came back? Had to find another pair of charged batteries, of course. Then why even pretend to talk about history? They pretend to talk about history because it connects their movement to like a movement of like historical legitimacy, you know? They know that a lot of the people in their audience view the Roman Empire as legitimate, and so it's a way to kind of attach their politics to that legitimacy. It's parasitic in a way, which is fitting for their movement.
1913
Yeah.
when they couped in this Federal Reserve, but like, is it possible that the emperor now is just some foreign corporate owner or king, the King of England or something like?
I don't know if I would go that far because I don't know enough about that power structure. I think it's more of like intelligence agencies running, the presidency in this case. Because if you look at it, at a certain point, the Praetorian Guard became who decided who got to be president, and they got who got to be emperor.
So that's like the deep state.
Right. So if you look at that, and kind of as Rome fell, as you go past the 200s and you go into the 300s, the emperor just became basically a figurehead, and you had these different barbarian generals like Stilicho and these people that were behind them, just basically giving them power. And the emperor would they'd come in, they make him say something, they'd bring him out. Very similar to Joe Biden, I guess you could say in some ways.
Let's start from the beginning, I guess. For
Do these idiots
everybody
not know
likes
how
to
anything
just point
works?
to these
Well, they're being
hotspots of
deliberately
Roman
disingenuous
history,
about it.
ignoring the Republic, ignoring like you're mentioning like things I don't even know about. But they often say the most common, of course, is crossing the Rubicon, and the question about are we reaching this point, tipping point in the history?
Also, I don't want to like jump to any conclusions here. Is that like an iron cross on like Tim Pool's skateboard? Like right up here? That seems weird in light of their conversation.
United States, where this country either ceases to be or becomes an authoritarian dictatorship or whatever. But let's like, can you describe to me what Rome was like in its like during the Republic at its best? Is there?
It's the independent logo. What is the independent logo? It's an actual skate logo? Is it? I don't know anything about skating. Like, that's a genuine question. I have no idea. It's a skate brand? Interesting. Do they directly work with, like, Tim Pool Skateboard Company? Huh. It's a skate logo, genuinely? Cool. Good to know.
Or is there does it compare in any way the Roman Republic in good times to the United States?
Well, there was essentially two consuls. So these were the two guys that were in charge of the military and in charge of like running the city. So you never had like one person that was fully in charge. And you had this thing called the Cursus Honorum. So that was basically the offices you could go up through, and you could only be, you had to be a certain age to be each one. So you'd go through these different ones and get power. So and Rome didn't have a written constitution. It was just generally agreed upon.
The mistake to make here is thinking that facts or logic has any value for these people. They will just lie and say the opposite in the same sentence if it would make the idea more plausible in their mind. Well, yeah, like, this type of rhetoric is all about feeling. It's about feeling correct, and like, it's basically saying, hey, you guys are all feeling like things are bad right now, right? Well, that is exactly about how people were feeling 2,000 years ago in Rome, What is, Paladin? What is? That's the logo for his skate company. Wait. Yeah, he used to sell his wear through some other company, but now he does it himself with the Iron Cross as his logo. Well, I thought we had stumbled across like a relatively reasonable explanation for this, and now I'm back where I started, okay? I'm back exactly where we started. He's advertising this as his skate company's logo. Yeah. He literally like my god, what? What the hell? So yeah, we thought we had an explanation and now we just really don't. It was a logo the Independent used and then they stopped using it because it's clearly racist, so Tim is using it now. Are you kidding me? They literally they were like, well, this is problematic now, we're gonna stop using it, and so Tim started using it. My god, what a piece of shit. There's a brazenness to it that's kind of insane, right? Yeah, that's not the Independent logo. Whew, boy. You know, maybe you guys could alert the Independent to this flagrant breach of their copyright. The sample deck is here from Shredder.news. YouTuber, political commentator, podcast host, and skateboarder Timothy Daniel Poole. Sorry, I've never seen his whole name written out. Timothy Daniel Poole took his official Instagram account and posted a photo of his new Timcast State Co. deck sample. After mocking the Independent truck's logo due to their apprehensive outlook in today's cancel culture, the 36-year-old skater finally put words into his mouth by walking it as he talked it. Some fans thought Poole was goofing around since Indy took down their most controversial logo to avoid cancellation. Hence, it might soon be a legit skateboarding company since he's such a massive social media following. Although the Timcast Skate Co. skateboard deck looks like a sample to troll skateboarders, might be the real deal, or he may turn Taylor Silverman into a professional skateboarder after hearing her story about her battle in women's sports. Man, holy shit. Is this an anti-woke skateboarding website? Are you fucking kidding me? I can't believe this, dude. God. Also, chat, we've been streaming now for over an hour. If you've been enjoying the show or getting anything fun out of it, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, consider sharing it on your social channels, and also consider dropping some subs or donos because those are what help me to continue making this show. And let's continue learning about the real Rome.
That this is the way we've done things for so long. So it was very prosperous, but you also had a lot of wars during this time period too. You had wars against Carthage, you had different civil wars and things like that too. So there was never really a period except under Augustus when we weren't really fighting anyone. So it was, I don't know if you want to add anything to that, but during that time period, you know, there wasn't really one person holding power. It was more held power by the people. But they were all rich people too, so it was very classist in that way. You couldn't, in order to actually even hold office, you needed to have property. So if you didn't have a certain amount of property, you could never hold office.
That's interesting. And then what precipitates the transformation from a republic into an empire?
You have this. So you have the Roman Revolution, which is 133 to 31, And it starts with these two brothers, the Gracchi brothers, that basically are trying to get more grain for the people because the people are starving. They don't have a lot. They get killed in the Senate building. They basically get killed by an uprising. So then you have this time period where generals start raising an army and attacking Rome. And there's this thing around Rome called the Palmarium. So the Palmarium is like this sacred area around Rome, and all armies were supposed to disband and drop their weapons when they basically got past this point. So to go past the Palmarium with weapons was like a really big deal. So you have the first guy that does it is Gaius
How do
Marius.
you spell that?
Pomerrium. I feel like it's a spelling bee. So you have Gaius Marius raises an army, attacks Rome, says I'm in charge. Then you have Lucas Cornelius Sulla raises an army, attacks Rome, says I'm in charge. And then you eventually have Caesar in 43 that crosses the Rubicon, raises an army, and attacks Rome. So that 100 years is kind of very, very tumultuous. And the Roman people during this time period, you have to understand, like, they've been through civil war for 100 years. So how are you going to feel?
Wow.
Like, they're not very happy. So then Augustus comes in. You have Caesar has just died. And Caesar, you could adopt somebody during that time period. That means, like, give them your name and your titles and your money and everything. So he adopts this guy named Gaius Octavius, who becomes Augustus Caesar. But you also have
Let's
Mark
talk
Antony, who
politics.
was Caesar's top
Thank
general.
you very much for the
So Mark Antony
raid.
says, well,
We're going
if
over
Caesar
this
dies, I'm in
dipshit
charge. Then Augustus says, well,
conservative
in his
channel.
will, my father
Welcome.
says, I'm in charge. So these two guys fight each other. The final battle is this Battle of Actium in 31. So in 31 is kind of the end of the Republic and the start of the Empire. But Augustus doesn't say, like, hey, I'm in charge. He actually says, I'm not going to be dictator anymore. There was this office in Rome called dictator. For 6 months, you would hold ultimate power, and then you'd put it down. Caesar named himself dictator for life, which really upset them because Romans didn't like monarchy because of the 7 traditional kings. So he says, I'm going to lay down this office of dictator. And people are like, no, please don't go away. We need you to be in charge. And that's actually how Augustus becomes the first emperor.
Wow.
But he doesn't like the idea of being an emperor king. So he comes up with this idea called princeps, which means basically first citizen or one above all. And that's where Rome
he was
is
pretty
called
okay
the
with
empire.
it.
It's called a principate.
So that's semantics.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I mean, what you're describing doesn't sound a lot like what's going on right now at all.
Mhm.
Is it just buzzwords then? People are just like, oh, look, I heard a thing in the internet, and that means the United States is like Rome.
Well, I think, just to chime in real quick, I think that there's a saying.
Even Tim Pool's like, well, this all kind of sounds like bullshit. Are you guys just saying bullshit? And they're like, no. You have to understand. Step into our Nazi mindset, and then you'll agree with us.
Saying that history doesn't repeat, but it does rhyme, and what that means is it's not going to follow like the same
Just like
exact
George
path as any
said.
foreign civilization, but you do see similarities, and that's just because the laws that govern the universe are the same now as they were back then. You know,
People want grain.
right? People want grain. That's
Yeah.
absolutely correct, and yeah, exactly. And you know, human nature as well hasn't changed that much. I mean, we have like technology, we have like new needs and wants and whatever based on like, you know, consumerism or something. But like a lot of, you know, human vanity, greed, ambition, all of these things are essentially going to exist as long as humans do.
You know, but it is very different. I mean, a lot of what we see in history when it comes to political upheaval has to do with literally grain.
Mhm.
People are starving.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, Americans are not starving right now.
No.
But they're very angry for some reason. And so, you know, history doesn't repeat, it does rhyme. But I wonder how I mean, they didn't have any kind of mass media back then. I mean, how did word travel?
Yes
By
and
word
no.
of mouth?
Yes and no, because a big way propaganda traveled is by coins. And the Roman emperors and government officials would put their face on coins. They'd put words on coins. So that's actually a lot of how we're able to fill in parts of history is what was on the coinage. And then you also see as well by the statues they made.
So wait,
Yeah.
wait. I mean, that's brilliant. But like they made memes into their coins.
Yes.
Like basically that's how they could
Yeah.
keep an idea in mass usage because everyone knows the coin, knows what it says,
Has
and
to
knows
use it every day.
That's like, what do they put on it?
They would put different, like, you know, Latin phrases that showed like the person's power or like
We have examples of Roman memes that still exist all over the place. Like in Pompeii, there are still like dick jokes written on like the walls of bathrooms. Like We have like dick graffiti from Rome. Like we have their memes. We have them. It wasn't just on coinage. We have slogans on our coinage. It doesn't manipulate our minds.
An emperor that wasn't very solid would put his face on one side and then maybe like Augustus or Romulus on the other side because like, oh, if this guy's as good as those guys, he must be great.
That's like women on Tinder where they have like the more attractive friend in the main picture.
Like they swipe and it's a different one.
The final Roman emperor's name was Romulus Augustulus, which means essentially little Romulus Augustus, because he was like, we've got nothing left. I guess I could go with the two founders. That works for me.
Yeah, it's just stolen valor at that point. Yeah, definitely. Well, to your question, Tim, is okay. You've noticed that there are obviously many ways in which our situation now is dissimilar from ancient Rome. But I think generally just finding yourself in a representative form of government where people on both sides of the aisle are kind of starting to question if like the system is actually works as it's said to work. But people on both sides, you look at the most recent election cycles, right? You had obviously 2020 that was, infamously contested by Trump and MAGA overall. Well, you go back to 2016. Well, they did this. The other side did the same thing, just in a different way. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, exactly. It was weaponized.
Yeah, Disthrone. They used AI to help them translate
Trump had lawyers file lawsuits to lawfully challenge the results. But I think just finding yourself in a representative government, and you're kind of wondering like how representative it actually is. And there's just kind of this feeling that, maybe this isn't going to last. And of course, no government lasts forever. And we've seen throughout history, representative governments turn into more authoritarian or totalitarian even forms of regimes. And I think many people are just kind of finding themselves in the situation where you're like, could we have a better system than this? What would it look like? Or, are we going to wake up and find a worse system than this, like full-blown left-wing totalitarianism?
Well, I don't know about left, but the idea that we wake up in a worse system is probably 100%.
It's probably happening every day very slowly.
It is, because if, when you look at what's going on now, this morning, Steve Baker, a journalist who was clearly...
The Blaze, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's a reporter from The Blaze. He was at January 6th. He wasn't working for The Blaze at the time, but he's very clearly a journalist. He's friends with a bunch of journalists we know. We've had him on the show, and he's just like a mild-mannered guy who's clearly filming, and they ordered him to surrender. And so, I mean, that right there is is Biden's Department of Justice targeting an opposition journalist because he was doing research into January 6th, providing footage, and arguing that some of these officers who testified had perjured themselves. All of a sudden, the FBI's like, you're being arrested and charged on federal charges. Yeah. And so I hate to say it to everybody, this isn't, people take things as too negatively. Bad things are going to happen. It doesn't mean it's going to be the worst thing in the world. It just means bad things are happening. The night is always darkest before the dawn.
Oh, come
but
on.
I don't see
shut
how
the fuck up, Tim.
After everything this country has been through, good and bad, and the prosperity we've had, that we see anything moving forward other than it's going to get worse. What that means in getting worse, I don't know. I mean, does it mean you wake up and there's no electricity? I don't know about that. Maybe
then how are you judging how
but where
things
we are right
go?
now is objectively
Come
worse
on
than
now.
it was a year ago or 2 years ago. And so let's imagine that it stays this way. There's no challenge. And then Biden becomes president. He continues the weaponization of the DOJ. Intelligence agencies begin rounding up other dissidents. More journalists start getting targeted, which I think is absolutely going to happen. That's objectively worse. But let's argue that Donald Trump wins and he starts to turn things around. There will still be a period by which the establishment, uniparty forces or whatever, will combat that, and you will have some instability. And then theoretically, it seems like when you
He's
look
planning
at
out the
probabilities
entire
of all the
Civil
things that
War
could
right
happen,
now.
there is a smaller probability that Donald Trump gets elected, starts targeting corruption, firing and arresting people, things like that. I don't see that as a strong possibility. I see conflict as more likely to be what we can expect.
I think it's an accurate prediction. Instability, regardless. In the best case scenario, in the worst case scenario, there's going to be pushback, right? Even if we kind of get what we want as people, right, of center conservatives. Yeah, we live in interesting times, for better or for worse. So I think the comparison of Diocletian, we were kind of talking about Diocletian before, is
who's that?
He was the emperor in 284 to 301.
Continue.
Well, I'll let Jeremy take it with the historical background there. But the reason I brought up Diocletian is just as a figure who represents, I think, what we should expect as kind of a best case scenario, someone who's able to make things better. But as to the overall decline, you know, I don't know if anyone on the scene right now is able to totally reverse that, but
We're talking about hundreds of years.
right.
So were these changes that took place in Rome, they were over long periods of time spanning generations?
Well, you have to look at it. It's 31 to 476 is when it ends in the West. That's a really long time, right? And over that time period, you have your ups and your downs. And we have Commodus, who's the son of Marcus Aurelius, dies in 192, and we don't really get stability again until 284. So that's almost 100 years of craziness. So Diocletian becomes emperor in 284. He's one of these barrack emperors, meaning he raises an army, attacks Rome. And he doesn't actually live in Rome because class-wise he wasn't acceptable, so he didn't really like Rome. So he lived in a place in the east called Nicomedia. It's a little bit close to where Constantinople would have been later on. And he does these very famous reforms because you have this problem of the armies getting raised and attacking Rome. So he says, the thing I'm going to do this is I'm going to take and I'm going to put the armies in different places.
Oh, S. Crane, this is killing you inside. I'm so sorry.
The other thing he looks at is he creates this thing called the tetrarchy, or rule by four. And if you actually look at it, our Constitution already fixes this, right? Because we have a federal government, but then each state is their own state. Because Rome was too big for one man to rule and defend. And that was actually way earlier when the Wall of Hadrian happened, because Hadrian says, okay, I can't travel all over this empire anymore. Let's build some walls and let's stop traveling. So Diocletian creates this rule by four. There's a senior emperor in the east and a senior emperor in the west, and each has a junior emperor. So they're able to now control it more like states rather than like a giant just federal force. And then he also does something about the currency. He starts minting new coins, because when generals knew that their powers came from the army, well, they doubled the size of the army and they 30% higher pay, 60% higher pay. So they needed money to do that. So what did they do? They debased the currency by adding other metals to it. So one of the things he was standardized money. So if we get back to more of a standardized money, if we get back to more of a states' rights situation rather than just a federalist system like we're running, he gave the Roman Empire from 284 to 476. So we could have almost 200 years more prosperity, right? If you just get in these right things. Now, the thing he looked at as well is he said, culturally, we're not getting along well either, because you had all these different races and nationalities and things like that. So the thing he does, which probably isn't the right way to approach it, but he starts persecuting Christians, because he says, okay, so we're all united against the Christians. Not the best way.
Yeah. He just noticed that everyone, we needed to make it an ethno state. So he started persecuting the Christians. Not the best way to go. I would have persecuted the blacks, but that's what he went with. Like that's like his critique in this scenario. Like his critique is essentially that he chose the wrong, this emperor chose the wrong group to persecute. Yeah, just tried to slip that one by. These slimy little fucks.
Way to approach things, but he got the idea of, we don't get along culturally.
What year is this?
This is 284 to 301.
AD?
AD, yeah.
Obviously. When you mentioned that, I'm like, because there was BC. It's
sorry, yeah. There's a time track back and forth there. So,
but it spans BC to AD as well. Like,
yeah. So 31 BC is when Augustus takes over. He dies in 17 AD.
You know what I really hate is when they do. They changed AD.
Oh, I hate the BCE thing, man.
Yeah. Before Common Era.
I
Common
hate that.
Era,
it's so woke.
I know. It's like, oh, come on,
woke history, man.
Like,
what,
dude? It's the year of our Lord.
Imagine giving a shit about this.
Who could calm down? But wouldn't it be funny if, it's 2,000 years from now, and they're teaching the history of the great American Empire, and they were like, as the Republic began to fall, the Emperor Trump attacked the District of Columbia, rallying his forces to siege the capital, for which they resisted for a few. The thing is, we're looking at. We always look at history and it's very condensed. I mean, we just jumped hundreds of years.
Yeah.
And so with Trump and January 6th and everything that's going on, it's only been 3 years since January 6th. So the context and the mythos or whatever that could be developed, it's like yesterday for us.
Yeah.
1,000 years from now, who knows what they're going to say about it? It could be something more dramatic, but they'll skip right over it.
Well, it's who writes it too, right? It's important who writes it, because 476 for the fall of the Western empires is often debated, because at that point in time, as I mentioned, there were barbarian generals just kind of ruling through a fake emperor. And eventually, Odoacer, who's the guy that takes over in 476, says, you know what, we're just going to stop this ruse. I'm in charge. I'm the king. I'm going to do this. And then you have Justinian, who is the Eastern Roman Empire, comes in and invades. And Rome had actually functioned normally just with a king instead of an emperor. It only falls because Justinian tries to reunite the empire, and then they need a reason to say why it fell. So like, oh, Rome fell 476, barbarians.
Yeah.
It's actually because
Goddamn
of
Justinian.
What was the guy's name you mentioned that was like more like Trump, touched the D?
Diocletian, yeah, who kind
Diocletian.
of restored some order after,
Diocletian was like
a period
Trump.
of chaos.
But think about how fascinating
Oh
it is.
my
You said that
God.
he attacked Rome.
That was typically what happened. They
I'm-
raised an
I'm
army, they would
dying
come in,
inside.
they wouldn't like burn the city down.
In only like 2 sentences, you condensed this massive campaign
Yes.
of an assault on the capital of an empire into, and then he raised an army and attacked Rome, and then moving on. But that's what I mean, right?
Yeah.
You know, to us right now, the news is just spattered with nothing about January 6th. In 100, 200 years, it's going to be half a sentence. So after Trump was elected and the January 6th thing happened, so Donald Trump then, and it's going to right over it.
It might, but with time dilation, with the way that data is being preserved in real time, it might be different than that now. Like we might be at like a flexing point of history where this is like
The flexing
what
point of
is
history.
Like, you know, the people watch the Beatles on Ed Sullivan.
Yeah.
Way more than it's not just a blip in like a line in
That's
a book.
true.
It's you
But
can
yes
rewatch
and
it.
no,
Visit
because
all. Are
the
you
Library of
kidding me,
Alexandria was
guys?
burned down twice, and it had all the knowledge in the world at that point in time. So
I've heard that it
Man.
wasn't, that it was just the section with the scrolls that was burnt.
it
The
was
rest of
burned
it-
once under Caesar, and then again, I don't remember the time.
Ah, yes. You know, when people talk about libraries burning down, it doesn't count if only the part of the library that has the books burns down. What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? That's the important part of the library.
Time period. It was actually in
Hey,
during the late Roman
salty
Empire when it was
internet
burned down.
pirate.
It's funny because, you know, when I was younger and I was reading about all this and learned about the burning of the Library of Alexandria, I was so angry. I'm just like, what secrets did they hold? And the reality is it was probably just real stupid garbage where they're like, you know, we think the moon is made of
Cheese.
well,
Maybe.
maybe cheese, but like ancient knowledge. I'm sure there may be some things in there where we're like, oh, that's interesting. That's what they thought. And understanding their perspective is important. But I bet a lot of it was just like, wow, they really thought that? That was stupid. That being said, I would much prefer it to have
Oh,
not been
yeah.
destroyed and we could have access to that
the
knowledge.
data on Atlantis. If they had, because the scribes
Oh
would
my
talk about
God,
Atlantis, but
shut
they didn't
the
have much in
fuck up,
text. I wonder if
dude.
that stuff was lost. I'd rather talk about the Romans right now. Oh, you were saying when
Well, I think something that's important to consider, though, Ian, is like if you look at it, how our media operates today. You know, you look at the party in power decides they're basically controlling thought, right? And I think that's often
This
how
hurts my
our
heart
perspective
so
on Rome
much.
is. Our perspective in Rome is only what we've received from those who have.
This
written
would
about
have
it, those
killed
that
my
survived, those
like
the
antiquities
winning powers.
professor.
So
He would have just
we only know
died.
what we know in kind of the postscript, and I think that's what people are dealing with now is they only know how to deal with their time now based on the media, what the media is telling them. That's why like podcasts and new media and things like that are so important because we're at least getting a different perspective out there. But in history, people really haven't had this power to have kind of an alternative means of thought.
Norm Macdonald had one of the best bits. It was something like, good news, everybody. I was reading history, and it turns out the good guys won every time. And that's a really good way of writing history is written by the victors.
did the Romans have? I know they had slaves, but like, okay, was it just like if you're not a Roman, then you're by default a slave, and then what would that entail exactly?
So what would typically happen is when Rome would conquer other countries, they would take their people as slaves, but also like the empire was interesting. The way it was expanded was you would have Rome at the center and everything outside of Rome are called the provinces. They're like territories of Rome. And those people, they weren't Roman citizens, but they were Roman subjects. Then what actually happens is in 212, Emperor Caracalla says, okay, everybody in the provinces that's not a slave and not a woman, you're now a citizen. So
Whoa,
it's 30,
amnesty.
30 million people overnight become citizens.
Whoa!
Now, why does he
that
do
mean they're voting?
They could vote once they were citizens, yes. Now, the important thing about that, though, is it's debated on why he did this, but it's thought that he wanted a new tax base because there was a big inheritance tax and things like that you could get from people when they became a citizen. Because this is in the 200s when the emperors had realized you were spending money on the army in order to have control. So he's like, well, I need more money. And sadly, Caracalla, the way he dies is by getting off his horse to take a piss, and somebody actually knifes him in the back.
Wow.
Deserved. Frankly,
So he turned. So what was the effect of making 30 million people citizens overnight?
There's no value in citizenship because as a citizen, it entitles you to many different things, right? You could now vote was one part of it. The bigger part was the grain dole. So as a Roman citizen, you were entitled to a certain amount of grain in order to eat. So now we're saying, okay, we're going to pay for all these people to eat. Like that's
Communism.
Yeah.
Did it screw things up or did it make it better?
Well, what they would do then is they continue to debase the currencies. They would add other metals to gold.
Can I just yeah, they're literally doing a service guarantees citizenship. They're unironically doing the Starship Troopers meme, meant to make fun of people like them. But also Chad, I've talked about communism and socialism here on this channel for a while now, and I hope that you guys know that like the government providing bread isn't
Jack only
communism.
provides us with the best brain rot. Support Jack for her therapy bills she'll need after this.
It's
DWA.
true. I do need therapy every month. It's true. GamerG, thank you for gifting a sub to Salty Internet Pirate. I appreciate it. This show's only made possible because of viewers like you, and thank you. Beep boop boop boop. I wanted to go to bed, but now I can't look away from this. Isn't it horrible?
Gold and silver, and people lost faith in the currency because like, well, and that was one of the big reasons that Diocletian came up with a new silver coin. There's a new gold coin later on under Emperor Constantine in 310, but one of the big things they took a look at is like getting better currency because people didn't trust it anymore. I think you want to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I could tell by your reactions that you saw a lot of parallels between kind of what happened.
Hail Soybeck,
there
thank
with
you for
Caracalla,
subscribing
the
with
212 edict that gave
Prime.
30 million foreigners citizenship is crazy. But I mean, we just see so much of that today, right? The idea of what it is to be an American has really lost a lot of its sense of meaning. And I think you see, not just with Caracalla, but over the course of Roman history, a dilution of what it means to be, you know, civitas, right? Basically the and also Romanitas, I believe is what it's pronounced. What Romanness, essentially Roman culture, and you see that in America. I mean, at the beginning, to be an American was you are not only white but also Anglo-Saxon, Protestant. You adhere to an American creed, the American culture. You speak English, and you know over time we've seen a process of erosion. Whereas today, you know, the right in this country, they uphold somewhat of a creedal identity based on limited government, separation of church and state, things like this, and some common American culture. But to even uphold, and we see this when conservatives come out and say like, well, to be an American is to like, you have to like, you know, the First Amendment, Second Amendment. Well, the left comes out and oftentimes says,
Is
well,
the
that's-
mask completely
that's like
off
white
now? Yeah.
supremacy. What are you even
Yeah.
saying, right? So the idea to uphold a common like civic identity we're at the point where that's even like we're losing now. We're witnessing that disappear before, you know, our eyes essentially. And you see something similar in Rome where what it means to be a Roman by the time of like the end of the empire, it just means nothing essentially.
Just to be 100% clear, citizens in Rome, like that was a big deal, but also it meant you had to pay taxes. The reason they expanded citizenship was so that they could collect more taxes because the empire was under an economic collapse. Like, they expanded the citizenship to try and like bring in revenue. It failed, and everything went to shit. It's part of the collapse of the Roman Empire. But that wasn't because it devalued being a citizen. It was an entirely different mechanism. It wasn't because they owed too many people bread. I assure you, the Roman Empire was very capable of providing bread to people. That was not breaking the bank. It was their relentless outward expansion and also the military expenditures and quagmire that they found themselves in while trying to go through Europe. But yes, Bockel, basically what he's trying to say is that expanding citizenship to non-whites killed the Roman Empire. That is the argument he's trying to make. To be clear, And in return, I need to be clear that non-white people had been citizens of Rome for literally centuries prior.
Well, it wasn't really the right way.
Also, again, communism is entirely to do with like the mode of economic production, not when you get bread. Weren't there non-white emperors and stuff? That one I don't know about, just because I don't know like the race of each emperor. But there were plenty of non-white citizens of Rome. Like, first of all, like Romans didn't really make a distinction between black and white in the way we do. Like, as far as I know, the racial component of people in the Roman Empire was entirely based on there were two races, citizen and non-citizen. Like that was like the idea of race as far as they understood it. Yeah, white as a social construct didn't exist. That really kind of coincided with the rise of the transatlantic slave trade, which wouldn't happen for another, 1,000 years.
Way to go about it, but that was also one of the reasons that Diocletian went after the Christians. He's like, all right, we all hate this group, so we'll be hating this group together. Now, obviously, that's not the right way to go about it.
But that's also, and we said Diocletian was a lot like Trump, but that's also more like what the left is doing these days, is where they're saying, okay, well, the left's coalition is defined by hatred and animosity towards, I mean, you think of like the white Christian males, like the archetype of everything wrong in their worldview. But obviously, if you're conservative, regardless of race, if you're white, if you're Christian, some combination of those things, then so much of the left's coalition, they say like the right's coalition is about like hating immigrants or something. Not really the case. You can oppose immigration without hating them, of course. But in terms of animosity and animus, like it's clear what the left is like, what the glue that holds their coalition together is. So I see a lot of parallels there.
Well, go ahead, Tim. Sorry.
I think we're talking about 30 million people being granted citizenship, the right to vote, access to public resources overnight. That, I think, is just mathematically the end of a country, or at least the beginning of the end. It used to be in this country that you had to be a landowner.
We used to be a real country, Tim Pool.
And these leftists look back and they're like, how wrong, how evil. And it's like, well, think about what the culture was like back then. The country was 99.9% white, so that's just what you lived here. We knew who you were, and the reason you had to be a landowner was because it proved you lived here. Over time, however, because of cultural changes, I certainly don't think race should be a factor in whether or not you get to vote. But I certainly think there has to be some tie to the community in order to vote. Because now we're in a situation where you can. We had this in 2020. You had it was Andrew Yang saying he was going to move to Georgia for the Senate race, I believe it was, so that he could help a Democrat win. It's like, but you don't live there.
Yeah.
This person's supposed to represent the people who live there. You don't. You're saying you're going to go there. And so people do this. And then what happens is someone will move somewhere, say, I now vote for this, destroying that place, and then they leave. You can't function that way. So if we have all these illegal immigrants coming to this country, they bolster the census numbers, creating electoral college votes and congressional districts in the states they go to, diluting the vote of the citizens, making citizenship worthless. And people who do not have obligations, responsibilities, and ties to this country will not vote in favor of these things. This is perfectly exemplified by the illegal.
How do I want Tim Pool to explain exactly how undocumented immigrants in America make him less of a U.S. citizen? Because that's the argument he's making right here. Like an undocumented immigrant in the United States makes Tim Pool personally less of a U.S. citizen. Oh, salty internet pirate, thank you for providing a fixed emoji. I appreciate that. That ends the loop on having a train. Nice. Thanks. Yeah, the U.S. citizen dividend we all get.
Legal immigrant Venezuelan in Times Square who was shooting at people and shot someone in the leg. And then Venezuelans rallied to his defense.
What are you talking
against
about,
our
Tim?
laws in our country because they're not part of our community. So if
What are you
if
talking
you
about,
overnight
Tim?
say all these people are now citizens, they're immediately going to say our interests are not yours, and we vote against you, and that will destroy or begin to destroy
Oh
the
my
fabric
God.
of whatever was the stabilizing force was.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you look at what the Democrats and even the more radical left-wing elements of left of center have to say about what it is to be an American, like I said, with like the civic identity is gone, but even citizenship, like is, even if it's just that legal classification, you've gone through the steps to become, legally an American citizen. Even that's gone as well. I mean, what did the Biden administration recently put out? They referred to these illegals that are being, bussed in, and like
These
NGOs are stashing
illegals.
them at these hotels. It's crazy. There's this massive
What did they call them?
newcomers.
Yeah,
I was just in New
newcomers.
York last week. I was just talking to
Newcomers.
Brian about this on the way in. Like, and the Roosevelt Hotel, they're all over the street, dude. I passed a guy.
Yeah,
shooting
they're
up with
basically
heroin
like
in the middle of the
rats.
street. Like, it's like, you got to be kidding me.
Okay, so was that happening in Rome? Drug abuse, foreigners, non-citizens.
Yeah. Yeah, like they're basically all rats. They're all abusing our system, right? Like that's the language they want to use. That's the language they want to use, right? Like they are incapable of realizing how monstrous. Well, they aren't. Let me be clear. I don't think anyone on screen here is a good faith actor. Like they're all like Nazis, right? Like Tim Pool is knowingly, by the way, there's no way Tim Pool doesn't know that one of the guys he has on here is like an identity Europa guy. There's no effing way he doesn't know. And he doesn't introduce him as a former member of this white nationalist neo-Nazi organization. Like Tim is complicit here. So I guess they're being coy about what they're doing, and it's very blatant. Like, oh yeah, there are just all of these basically subhumans around our hotel here. I mean, it's they're basically not even real people. They're just doing drugs in the street, a danger to your children even. And was that happening in Rome? Like that's where we are here in the conversation. This for the record, just to be clear, indistinguishable from Nazi propaganda. Like of the era Nazi propaganda.
Coming into the Capitol.
So the drug abuse thing, I don't have any. I'm not going to lie to you and tell you I have information on that. I don't. But the thing I will say is
Probably opium or...
Well, maybe. But the thing you have to look at, and this is one of the big things that causes instability in the 3rd century, is you have in the East and in the West, you have 2 Roman generals that basically break off part of Rome and say, this is my empire now. So you have Gallienus, who's the emperor who's in charge, and he's just lost 2 parts of the empire. And from the north, he has barbarians coming down. The barbarians had been settling in the actual empire. And so he's trying to handle part on the left, he's trying to handle on the right, and then he's got people coming down from the north. So you have all this instability, plus the emperors were lasting emperors previously had lasted 20 years. They would last a long time. They're lasting months. So you have turnover, no central power, and then they're trying to fight off other people while trying to keep central power. So like it's crazy in that point.
I hear that Cincinnatus was based. Do you know a bit about him?
So Cincinnatus is, and that's why George Washington is called the American Cincinnatus. In the early Roman Republic, and he's
No,
it's a
they
legend too, so we don't know that Cincinnatus
No,
actually existed.
guys.
But there was this office called dictator.
Guys, all of you're trying to tell me the Romans were doing opium? This is before they discovered drugs, okay? This is before they discovered things like alcohol. They weren't doing drugs. There weren't alcoholics in the Roman Empire. God, guys, come on. This is pre-drug times. Are we going to recruit you to the Helldivers? I have purchased Helldivers 2. I just haven't played it yet, and I'm very excited to play it.
Hi, my name's Graham, and I'm a PhD
What is this?
student in ancient history, and today I'm going to be talking about Pupienus. Pupienus was an emperor in 238 alongside his colleague Balbinus for about 2 months. Now, it may seem that these two men were therefore little more than a brief skid mark in the underwear of Roman history, but they are interesting because their reign was weird. It was built on a republican ideal of shared consular power over 250 years after the end of the Republic, but it failed and they were replaced with a 13-year-old boy.
For more information and updates...
No, I want to hear him say it again.
Graham, and I'm a PhD student in ancient history, and today I'm going to be talking about Pupienus.
Thank you. Poopy anus. I'm a child.
Here, that the Romans believed, and dictator comes from the word dictatus, which means to speak. So he would, by his words, they would do whatever. And dictator would be an office you would hold for 6 months, and it would be absolute power, because the Romans believed that multiple people couldn't agree on things fast enough to get a problem handled. One person could. So this person would hold power, handle a situation, and lay it down. So Cincinnatus, allegedly dictator for 6 months, leads the legions, handles the problem, and then lays down his power and goes back to farming. So that's why George Washington is called the American Cincinnatus.
Yeah. He's the example of someone who's like, I only want to do my job as I'm supposed to, and then I don't want power.
He's the Roman ideal.
Yeah. Yeah, because now the problem we have with politics in this country is that you have people who are mediocre, if not below average, and their only path towards notability is to hold office for which they are incapable of functioning properly.
Or start a podcast for which they are intellectually incapable of nourishing the mental growth of their audience.
Properly in. And it seems like we're in a maelstrom swirling our way to oblivion.
Well, you look at somebody like Chuck Schumer, the guy's never had a job. He's went right from law school to being a Senate page to being in the Senate and everything else. And I think that is the problem. Like, our people are too people, I guess you could say, ruling us in this point, because that's what they do. Like, they're too disconnected from what it means to be the rest of us. And, you know, I run a business, I pay taxes, I have employees. And I think, like, people don't know what your life is like in order to be able to do that because they're so disconnected. They're just making laws and rules.
So one of the things that someone brought up in the super chats, this is Max McDonald. Wasn't the fall of Rome specifically because they overextended themselves?
Yep.
America today, the main complaint is we are always meddling in foreign countries. So I hear this a lot too. The use of mercenaries and foreign entanglements was a huge reason why Rome began to crumble. And then we see those, one of the reasons why people are trying to compare the United States to Rome is for that reason.
Well, you could, so first of all, the fall of Rome is like debated for like hundreds of years.
Because it happened so many times.
Yeah, well, nobody can agree on it too. And you have Edward Gibbon, who wrote the Decline and Fall of the Roman
I mean, a lot of
Empire in
people say around the
1776 is, like, kind of the
400
most famous one in that
400
point, in that standpoint. And he has kind of this all cause thing, like, not saying it's just one thing, right? Like, you have the currency is suffering, you have the empire is expanding, and if you look at it in, I think it was around 130, you have, of the 5 good emperors, you have Emperor Hadrian that
This is BC.
This is 130 AD. So, AD. So you have the 5 good emperors. The second of those is Hadrian. And Hadrian builds the wall through Britain, right? And he says, we're not going to go past this point anymore. This is our wall. This is how far we go. And when Rome stops expanding, that's one of the things that stops it from being able to bring in new resources and new tax base and things like that. So that expansion is one of the things that hurts. Now, if we kind of come back to, now my brain stopped working. I figured I was going with this.
Mercenaries.
Okay, cool. So they bring in these different mercenaries to fight the wars because they don't have enough soldiers anymore. There's this plague in the Antonine Plague, which is in the 260s, where there's 2,000 people dying a day. Around 8 to 10 million people die in that year, or in that time period, and you have 10% of the empires actually died. So there is a extreme need for soldiers, and you have in the 200s, emperors realizing their power comes from soldiers, so they need more of them. So they start bringing in barbarians, and I think people have this weird idea about the barbarians, is they're just like these like crazy long-haired guys with beards, and they actually would have been closer to Roman than what we believe, and they're called barbarians because when the Greeks heard them, they sounded like bar, and barbarous is actually the Latin word for beard. So they were just kind of these bearded guys that were actually closer to Roman than what we want to believe.
What were they hearing? Bar.
Because that's what the Greeks that sounded like to them. and that's
Oh,
how
when they spoke.
right when they spoke, it sounded like they were saying bar 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 bar. So the Greeks said, "Oh, these are barbarians," and that's actually where the word comes from.
Wow, that's funny.
Well, so you're now making, drawing somewhat of a similarity between the Romans and these kind of Germanic or Celtic barbarians, but the Romans wouldn't have appreciated that.
Oh no, absolutely not. No, they would have thought they were much better than them.
Right, right. I mean, there was. I was reading a little bit into Julius Caesar and how he I don't know if he started this process of, he was definitely like very early in establishing like colonies and so forth. Maybe he was the first. But with that came granting, citizenship to some of these, inhabitants of the far reaches of the empire, like these.
The Gauls.
Yeah. And there was this one anecdote of, it was some Roman was complaining about how, Caesar was giving, that they were peeling off their stinking trousers and putting on togas and going down to whatever. But yeah, I mean, obviously the barbarians were a big part in Rome's decline as well. They started bringing them in as mercenaries. They were battling them. And yeah, it didn't, lo and behold, that kind of demographic change oftentimes doesn't work out for the best, does it?
No, it doesn't. And 410 is the sack of Rome under Alaric. And during that period of time is when the Roman Empire actually starts paying money to these people to just stop attacking them.
Wow.
Which is I don't know, like $10,000 a month in New York City is what migrants are getting right now. So,
Yeah.
so what do you figure?
But they're not.
Yeah. $10,000 a month to live in one of the most expensive cities in the world. Truly the lap of luxury over here. My God. Just wait until these people find out how much private prisons are paid to keep people locked up indefinitely. Just wait until they find out we spend like $80,000 a year on every incarcerated person. But yeah. Also, let's just keep going. Barbatus is the word for beard. It's an entirely different word. God damn it, guys. I can't. I'm Bulgarian, and our name originates as a mangling of barbarian. God. Also, yeah, it's not like this. It's not like Rome was the first case in history of like paying off potential attackers. Their answer would be to execute people Judge Dredd style. Well, yeah, absolutely. Like in their mind, you either push them out into the desert to die in front of your stronghold, or you just kill them as a message to all the other would-be livers, like people who want to live.
We should bring back the Roman style of dress.
That's true. No, actually, we should bring back the Minoan style of dress. Okay? You've heard of a Vosh style stream, all right? But you've never heard of Minoan style stream, all right? Just as an FYI. Like, you guys ever seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? All right. Basically, everyone walking around in Minoa. All right. A full-on JoJo character. Actually, here's an even better example. Boom. There we go. Absolutely lit. Yeah. See if I can find some examples. Okay, so it's hard for me to show you examples on. I think I can show you this. So it's hard to show you examples of Minoan clothing on women in particular, because here's a figurine with a common style of Minoan dress, and I feel like you might instantly understand why I can't necessarily show you a bunch of the clothing on human people might have a bit of a TOS issue. Yeah, they just had their titties out all the time. And you know what? They looked really good in it because Minoan clothing and like Minoan influenced clothing is like actually pretty hella lit. Can we get like Oh, sick. Someone drew them as JoJo characters. So it's not just me that sees it. Okay, I don't think
Tits out, guns out.
I'm just going to All right. I think I could show this. All right. So, we're going to ignore this guy over here. All right? We're just going to zoom in on this JoJo character. But like this is a good look. This is a good look. I like it. 10 out of 10. Like, doesn't that look like it'd be a really cool outfit to wear? Can we get a link? This is to... I can't show you the other one. The mail package that is bulging is probably TOS. But yeah, here's a link to the art station. They All right. Anyway.
I mean, they're paying them to come. You know
Right.
what I mean?
But they're attacking our tax
It's an
base.
invasion.
Yeah.
It is different.
They're
though.
attacking our
No,
tax
definitely.
base.
Some of the effects
Fuck
are the
off.
same if you let in, like, yeah, as we talked about earlier, you know, tens of infinity people from like the far reaches of the world. But
Well, I'll just cite Bernie Sanders. If you have open borders, your country will become poorer.
Which is true.
yeah,
That's
absolutely.
Bernie. I don't know where he's at today, but that was
Yeah, you
almost
can't
10
say
years
that
ago.
anymore, can you? Definitely.
Were the Romans like the Nazis? Like,
Uh,
because they wrote the history books, so you look at.
Don't
that as
ask these
the
guys.
history wrote them, but were they actually like genocidal, racist, nationalist, just conquering?
I think you
They
can
were
say
like,
don't ask the Carthaginians about that. Don't ask the Carthaginians that question, Ian. Okay? The Carthaginians had some thoughts about this particular issue. Also, yeah, Ian is virulently anti-Semitic, so there's a genuine chance that he would just be like okay with it if they were Nazis, but I would hope that he wouldn't be, you know?
you could say about. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think they're maybe a little more like civic nationalists today, in the
Yeah.
sense that like they had this idea of, right, Romanitas, I believe it is, Romanness, and you know, so I don't think they were racially exclusionary when it came to who could become a Roman,
They're
but
very accepting.
it was. Yeah, they weren't very accepting.
No, they were very
They were
accepting.
very accepting, right? So that doesn't mean like, you know, some of these modern like BBC News things are, oh, the Romans were all black or something. It doesn't. I'm not making that argument, just to be very clear. But like,
Ask Google Gemini.
yeah, I don't think they were like hardcore like racialists in the sense that like we kind of understand it today. I think it was more like, this is what, you know, it is to be Roman. It's, you know, you've got the Roman gods, Roman culture, the Roman way of life, and they were open.
Yeah, don't
to,
look
to
too closely at where
outsiders
those Roman
to
gods
come into
came
that,
from.
But I don't. But yeah, it could take decades to become a Roman citizen. This was not, you know, oh, anyone can come in. Like now, liberals say, oh, anyone can be an American, just like, you know, you're a newcomer or whatever. No, I think it was they were open to it, but like the process.
I have no
oftentimes
idea
becoming
about
a
all
Roman
of it, yeah.
citizen was pretty restrictive. And you know, that's kind of what we lost, like in large
I
part
think
here in America.
It changed a lot over the years too, because you had the Roman army, but then you also had the auxiliary. So the auxiliary were people that weren't Roman citizens
Right.
and were serving under Rome. And what would typically happen is if you could serve for 20 years and somehow not die, you would become a Roman citizen, but also your wife would, your children would, your descendants would, so
Wow.
you could get it for your whole family.
It's like chain
After
migration.
212,
Yeah.
that doesn't matter as much.
It's like
Well, with
chain
the,
migration.
Turning
tee-hee.
30 million people, you said it was like 30 million,
30 million
into
people, yeah.
citizens. We're not there yet, but I think we will be. Because, you know, one thing I see is the
But it
left.
doesn't matter because you've also talked about how it changes congressional representation, and that's actually the bigger game.
Right, especially as it pertains to the electoral college.
Mhm.
So when people argue that illegal immigrants vote, it's like, well, they're not voting and they don't need to because this country's president is not chosen by a popular vote, chosen by electoral college. So if a non-citizen is in this country, they are counted, and California, it's estimated, has between, on the lower end, about 1 extra congressional seat and electoral vote, upwards of 7 extra votes for the president. So California's interests are overrepresented in this country because of non-citizens. They don't. We're not a direct democracy.
Yeah.
If they're here and they get a seat in Congress, they are voting. Their will be done. Not really. And it creates this interesting circumstance where, in these districts that have large populations of non.
Yeah, can we just take a break right here? Am I playing a game and not showing you? I thought it was on screen, but I guess not. My bad. Pro streamer move. Boop. There we go. Man, if Tim Pool actually cares about overrepresentation in Congress, just wait until he learns about the issue of giving each state a Senate seat, like 2 Senate seats. Like, that's also incredibly anti-democratic, Tim, but I don't hear you bringing up how that's anti-democratic now, do I? And that's actually a much larger problem when it comes to Congress than the problem that Tim is talking about, which I need to remind you all that, like, Tim is making the same argument against counting undocumented people as slave owners made during, like, the founding of America that led to the 3/5 compromise. You know, he's essentially arguing they shouldn't count at all, and they eventually wound up settling on, well, slaves count as 3/5 of a person. Like, he's just making that same argument here about undocumented people on the census. Like, it's actually kind of insane that he's doing this. What? Tim's making a Nazi slaveholder argument? Say it ain't so.
Non-citizens, you can't vote that out. Those people can't vote. So there they are. Let's say you've got 15-20% of a congressional district is illegal immigrant. It's probably not that high. They spread it out. But that means that a politician only needs 700,000 instead of 775,000. So you can't vote against those people. You're not going to bring in Republicans to counter something like that. When I look at the arguments by Democrats today, what I see is if they win, if this worldview wins, they will abolish the idea of citizenship.
What?
What they will say is,
what does
they
that
will
even
equate it to
mean,
slavery.
Tim? In
100
your
years from now, they'd say
addled
something like,
brain, what does that mean?
you know, it's shocking that citizenship existed. The fact that a human had no right to speak up about where they lived because they didn't have papers. Isn't that crazy?
Oh my God, dude.
And these people had to, they couldn't get access to resources. They had no access to the public, to public sphere, no say in how things were done. They were basically slaves. The difference, of course, being these people come here by choice to bask in the prosperity of this country, but that's the argument they're trying to make. And now the left has been doing a few things. They've been calling them undocumented citizens.
No one's been calling them that. But also, the purpose of a census is to determine how many people are here, whether legally or illegally. That's the point of it. That's what it does. We need it to do that in order for it to do its job of informing us what the needs are of these different places. And additionally, voting power is proportionate, congressional power anyway, in the House, is proportionate to population. And that population, it doesn't matter if it's citizen population versus non-citizen. If people are scared to take the census, the country breaks. Yeah, literally. Resources wind up being misallocated. You need the resources to go where they're needed, Tim. You can't just say, they don't need it there because those aren't actually citizens. Well, it matters. Because those people are still doing work in the country. They're still living in the country, contributing to their community.
So they're going to use this idea to say the fact that a person could live in the United States and not be allowed to speak and vote on their own home was an affront. It was authoritarian. It was a barbaric practice, and we abolished it in the Second Civil War.
But I think that's what's so important about shows like this and companies like Timcast and the Daily Wire and things like that, and why we do what we do at my company is there's never been the ability to get alternative voices like this out there before. All you've received, or what you're saying right now, is all people have received. There's been nothing we can do about it. And that's why I'm super hopeful about where we are now is sure, if we have Trump doing some reforms, we can handle that. But also people have never been this aware of what's happening to them before. So is it a great situation? No. But I think you're actually getting people educated in a way they feel like they can do something about it.
What's fascinating is I pulled up Barbarian on Wikipedia, and they have this amazing passage where it said Greek writers called them barbarians because the language they spoke, this is Egyptians, Persians, Medes, how do you pronounce that? Medes and Phoenicians. Their language sounded like gibberish, represented by the words barbar. That's hilarious. But it shows this map, routes taken by barbarian invaders. And this is, so what's fascinating here is invasions of the Roman Empire. Are we looking at right now and I don't mean this as an insult, I mean this historically, a barbarian invasion of the United States? In that various groups of people from various different countries are invading this country.
But they're not even invading because Joe Biden said, "Come on in." I think that's the difference. Is the Romans were, Marcus Aurelius spent so much of his career fighting them off, right? But we're just saying, "Come on in, guys. The water's fine." And I think that's the difference between what was happening in Rome. It's not an invasion; they're just coming.
I'd say it's a different type of invasion. Yeah, it's not an invasion in the sense that they're, we have the political will to keep them out, but we don't have the ability. They're being invited in, obviously, and for reasons we already discussed, for demographic change, for changing, the political institutions in this country.
To be clear, they're doing the white replacement, like the Great Replacement theory,
but
right here.
Yeah,
they're
it's
doing
crazy. I mean,
their
I don't know if
conspiracy
there's ever
posting.
been an invasion of this type in human history where you've just had the gates totally opened by a corrupt ruling class and the people. I mean, most Americans, you look at the support for things like a border wall, immigration restriction, opposition to what they're seeing at the southern border. I mean, depending on the poll, most of them show a majority, a plurality are against this. So now there are obviously still a lot of people who are for this because they're
against.
They think
every
what? African or Chinese immigrant coming across the border is going to be the next Bach or something of the sort. They're going to be doctors and lawyers. Maybe they already are. I don't know.
If you have 100 people and they let's say they all believe.
Why is he so cringe? Because he's a fucking Nazi. The game is Thronefall.
Other cultures and other people to come in. If it the more they come in, those people will alter the voting patterns of the community, and then eventually start favoring themselves, and then you no longer have a country.
Well, you did an explanation, I think about a week ago, about the way the ties people wear, and I think that's a really good explanation, right? If one group says, okay, we all wear bow ties, and then they bring in more of their friends that say we wear bow ties too. I think that is a really good explanation of you bring people, those people come in, they change the rules. And then what are you going to do about it?
So if you have 100 people and they all agree, everybody has to wear a bow tie, that's our uniform, and they say we're going to allow more people to move in here, but they got to wear bow ties. Many of them will, but they don't want to. And so they're like, everything's fine. We invited 10 of our friends in, and they're wearing the bow ties. Then they say, let's invite 10 more people in. We'll tell them they got to wear bow ties too. Once you go from 100, and now you've got 80 people, so there's 180 total, the dominant force still votes, everyone wears bow ties. But those 80 people, they'll do it. They don't want to do it. They don't hold those same cultural values and traditions. They're adhering to them out of necessity. But once you invite 20 more in, now there's a contest in the vote. All of a sudden, bow ties are out. And this cultural tradition your country had, which in this instance, bow tie doesn't really matter. But let's say it's free speech. Let's say it's free speech and you have 100 people and they're all like, free speech must be, no matter what your idea is, no matter how bad it is, as long as you're not inciting violence, we're going to share ideas.
How is Tim proposing here that free speech would be done away with by undocumented immigrants? How exactly is he proposing to get from point A to point B on this one? Like, that's the action. Like, it's in our Constitution. How are undocumented immigrants going to undo our Constitution, Tim? Well, they might vote for it, I guess. He'll give them all bow ties. Oh, no.
They invite people in who keep screaming, we hate free speech. And they're like, yep, well, free speech is the law of the land. Then they invite more people in who hate free speech. Once you get to 100 free speech supporters and 101 who oppose it, guess who wins the vote? That's democracy.
Well, and that's how Rome fell. If you want to explain it in the basics, that's how it fell. You bring in a whole bunch of people over a long period of time, and eventually you have in 476 the barbarian king Odoacer says, okay, no more emperors. You know, we're in charge anyway, so just get rid of them. That if you want to explain it in basics, that's how it happened.
When they made 30 million citizens, was there blowback to that? Is it documented much?
That I don't have any data on. I don't have any information on that.
Well, he was stabbed to death. Maybe that was part of it, but
yeah, but it's a lot.
He probably did a lot of
emperors were stabbed to death at that point in time too.
So
there's not documentation of the citizens turning on the new people.
I don't have any information on that.
Yeah, I don't know. The empire was huge at that
Even
point.
these
'Cause
Nazis are like, I
30
can't
million people
improvise
across
around Moon Lord.
Asia, Europe, Africa.
North Africa, yeah.
Yeah, and the empire at that time was around 140 million.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so it's
I pulled up a map, and this is 117 AD. Trajan, how do you pronounce that?
Yeah, Trajan.
Trajan.
That was an empire.
Trajan.
And so I think it said, like, was this like the height of the Roman Empire? 117.
So this is during Rome's golden age. This would have been
Wow.
right around the time of so Trajan and Hadrian are kind of like in the same time period. So that's considered to be Rome's golden age, the time of the five good emperors.
Pax Romana.
Pax Romana, the Roman peace.
Yes, there was no.
How long did that
Which
last?
is interesting because they're still fighting barbarians on their borders during that time period, but Rome itself was very peaceful and prosperous.
How long did that last for? This period.
You're looking at around 117 here. So things are pretty good until 192. So you have a very good time period, and then you have Commodus, and everything kind of gets crazy.
Man, could you imagine being born in like 120 AD? Living your life, you're like 65, 70 years old, and you're like, man, Roman Empire's been so good and so perfect, and then you die, and everyone claps cheers. A couple years later,
Well, that's what it feels like to be alive today in the United States. My whole
those
life.
were like the baby boomers, basically.
Yeah.
Although I don't know, there have been. I'll be fair to the boomers. You know, they had to go through some stuff, Vietnam War or whatever.
Vietnam.
Else.
it wasn't
Yeah.
it wasn't
Pretty
that
nuts.
long though. I mean, the boomers. Yeah, I guess being born after World War II or being very, very
Yeah,
young.
they didn't have 80 years at the very least.
But there's Vietnam. I mean,
Yeah.
the boomers in this country, many of them were destroyed by the foreign policy of this country.
Mhm.
So I don't think it's. I'm sure it's probably fair to say that, of course, from 117 to 192, it wasn't just everyone's life was perfect. There was
Right.
conflict.
But it was the most prosperous time where Rome was actually the largest. You know, they
So-
gave
yeah.
territory.
You didn't have
That-
Roman generals like invading the city every other week.
No,
stuff
and
like-
you know what's interesting in the 200s too? So you have Caracalla, and then you have his stepmother, this lady named Julia, comes in with this 11-year-old kid and says, "Hey, this is Caracalla's son." It most likely wasn't. And this guy's name is Elagabalus. And Elagabalus is a priest of the cult of Elagabal. So these people that worship this black rock. And he made all of Rome come to his black rock's wedding to another black rock. And he married a Vestal.
Rock.
He married a Vestal virgin, and he rode around in a chariot that was towed by prostitutes. And he
Based.
took his hairdresser and put him in charge of Rome's grain supply. So like, this was kind of the final thing that made all the military guys just like, this guy's crazy. We just need to like handle things.
How is this empire enforced?
Elagabalus was also
Is
a
it-
translator.
like-
So
Just
They
as an FYI.
are there troops that are
And
trained
also
in Rome,
a
loyal to
teenager.
Rome, deployed to oversee all the different regions?
They're loyal to their general, and that became the problem, right? That's why these barrack emperors happened, because in the 4th century you have like, I think it's like 47 different guys that claim to be emperor. Now only a few of them are ever actually officially emperor, and that's the problem, and that's why Diocletian changes things the way he does with with where the military is stationed, who's in charge of them, because he realizes that all you need is enough money that's been debased to pay your troops, and enough troops, and you're the guy in charge. That's literally what happened.
So at some point, the empire shatters in half, right?
Mhm.
Becomes the Western and in this map they said the Eastern Roman Empire and the Western Roman Empire.
Right.
What year was that? How did that happen?
So 470. So you have Diocletian starts the division, right? He starts the division between East and West, and you would have Constantine, who reigns in 310, is kind of the last one to rule over a united empire, and then you just really have an Eastern line and a Western line, and that's really when that delineation happens. And interestingly enough, I'm sure people listening might disagree with me, but if you look at the reason the Eastern Empire lasts, it's really only because it has the richer tax base, which is Egypt and Syria and places like that. There was more money there, Syria, Palestina, and then as well, Constantinople was hard as hell to invade. Like, it's literally just geography protects Constantinople. It can't be invaded like Rome could, because Rome, you just kind of come down, it's all over, man.
The walls of Byzantium, those
The Byzantine walls were built a little bit later on, but they were like, I think like 4 layers thick. They're these very, very thick walls, but also geographically, you kind of have you have the map up here. You have, as you kind of come into,
Wow, this is amazing. Look at this.
You come into see that entrance point into the Black Sea there. You have the Hellespont. It's called the Hellespont. That's where you get in, and then on the other side of it is where Constantinople was. So you really only could get to Constantinople from the water, and that's the thing that really protects it, because they only had to protect themselves from the north. And Rome, you had to protect yourself in basically 3 areas. You could come from the north, they could come from the east, they could come from the south. So it's very easy to protect a city like that, especially when you make the walls you make around it.
They would like chain off the waterways in there, and people couldn't get in. And then at some point, somebody like walked boats. They picked up their boats and walked them around behind Constantinople, and then came in from behind. You know,
and that's one of the big things that causes the fall to the Muslims in 1453.
That's what it was.
So
The Ottomans.
what happens with the
That's what it
fracturing of the Roman
was.
Empire into two? Does this create conflict, war between the two empires?
So there's still this idea of wanting to have a united Roman Empire, and every emperor wants to be, the big guy. So you have Justinian in the, it's in the 500s, so that's the 6th century. He actually comes in and displaces the barbarian king that's in charge to try and unite Rome. But if you look at it, this attack is actually one of the things that causes the West to just fall apart. His attempts to reunite it, because he kills so many people, displaces so many people, creates so much problems. Justinian actually causes the fall in the West, and it's actually his writers that will call the 476 fall to the barbarians, because they don't want him to be responsible for it. So that's actually what happens. And then after that time period, you have Justinian as the last guy to have the whole Roman Empire, and then it just kind of fades away after that point.
And then the Roman Empire had indoor plumbing, and then after that we get the Dark Ages? Or
Yeah.
what point do the Dark Ages start?
Again, to really hammer this home, remember the other day when I gave you guys that really fun fact about Roman plumbing? Roman plumbing was comparatively a pretty sweet deal. But also it had to be inscribed with incantations, because methane would build up in their sewer system, and there was the potential for it to explode. Meaning that occasionally, if you were doing your business on a toilet, the methane gas could ignite, and suddenly you and the rest of the toilet explode. So, obviously they didn't understand exactly how that worked or what motivated that, so they attributed it to the gods, which is why they had, again, prayers and incantations inscribed on their toilets. Anyway, fun stuff. Hey, Dipster.
Is it,
it depends on what authors you read, right? Because there's different opinions on it, and after 476, you have all the different tribes come in and kind of take over the area, and they had they still had aqueducts, they still had all these different things, but they weren't using them as much, and they didn't know how to fix these things because they didn't build them. So that was one of the major things. They went back to what they already knew. They didn't know how to create these things because they had lost, with the Justinian invasion, they'd lost a lot of the Romans that knew what was happening, and that was kind of the end of it.
So Wikipedia says the Dark Ages is a term for the early Middle Ages, 5th century to the 10th centuries. Yeah. So this is just after the fall of Rome.
Right. Yeah. The fall of Rome is considered late antiquity, and you go into that is...
The fall of Rome is considered the
So what happens, like, when
Ages.
Rome breaks, basically all this prosperity and advancement shutters, and then people end up living in the Dark Ages? Like, it's disease, it's squalor, what is it?
Oh, there's a lot to be said about it, but there's a sense of separation from, right? Isn't that right? Like from
it's just a separation from Roman history is really all it is. Like they would have been a much sure they didn't have indoor plumbing, but they would have been more similar to what we see as Frankish France and things like that. They were much more established than people want to believe they were. So, but it's just that the writing from that time period would have come from the Eastern Roman Empire.
The what was at the height of the Roman Empire? Let's say 120 was the golden age, around the golden age. Yeah. Was everyone speaking Latin, or was it all just different languages?
So it depends. They all wrote in Latin, and the really shishi-fufu kind of rich Romans all spoke Greek, and because it was seen as kind of being fancier to speak Greek.
Oh yes, Greek, of course. Everyone else speaks barbar. But I'm interested because you take a look at the Romance languages. What do these start to emerge out of the fall of the Roman Empire?
Well, what you would have is a lot of these barbarian languages would mix with Latin, and that's how you would get the different Romance languages.
Like Spanish, I believe, is Arabic and Latin combined, sort of.
That I don't know. But if you look at kind of southern France is really interesting. It's this area called Occitania, and during this time period, they take Latin, French, and Spanish, and they create this really. If you ever get a chance to read about Occitania, it's a really really interesting.
I think I've heard of this.
It's a really really interesting place, and the papacy gets a little concerned because they take Christianity and they mix it with the worship of Apollo, but they create this like really equal society. People are really getting along, but then you have what's called the Albigensian Crusade, where the Pope comes in. He's like, oh, these guys are kind of rough, and he kills them all.
Whoa.
That sounds like a Twitter ideology.
Right?
It sounds like something you would see on Twitter. Someone's like new thing where like we worship Christ, but also
we're going to Paris next month. I was trying to talk my wife into doing southern France, and she's like, next time.
But everybody wrote in Latin in the Roman Empire.
Yes.
That's wild. And then
some poetry and things would be in Greek, but most things were in Latin.
So then it seems like after the fall of the Roman Empire, that Latin starts to evolve. People don't just stop writing the way they write, but they're writing what becomes endemic to their region.
Well, because they also wanted to be seen as Roman. Like, I think that's what's interesting is they actually admired Rome and the system that had been built, but they had to take it in the way they understood it, right? Like if they understood it with, more of a Spanish influence, then that's how you're going to do it. If you understood it with more of a Frankish influence, that's how you're going to do it. So
we're talking about all Romans,
and then Latin,
not
which
just,
was the kind of colloquial, like common tongue
not just
for
the
Rome,
wealthy
ended up
ones.
obviously becoming the the more elite scholarly language, and kind of retained that status over the course of, I don't know, hundreds, maybe 1,000 years of history. People still study Latin to this day. Obviously it's not quite the same, but
medieval Latin got kind of funky too, because they started like making up words.
It's always fun.
I like how they call them Romance languages, where that's the word Roman.
Right.
Well, even like there's so many things that come from
God damn it.
from that people don't expect, like
So
even
stupid.
C-section, cesarean section, because there's legend that Caesar was born in that way too. So like there's so many things that we use every day that come from that we don't expect.
What happened?
So
End of the
real quick, just
Yeah.
don't forget that question. I just looked it up,
Yeah.
and Wikipedia says Romance language is the continuation of Vulgar Latin, which was the more common speak of settlers, merchants, soldiers, distinguished from Classical, which was spoken by the upper classes. Interesting.
Mhm.
And then, you ask your question. I want to keep.
Well, what happened at the end of the Republic? Like what was falling up? Did someone get bribed? Was it just like a deal under the table, like the
Put a pin in that.
Federal Reserve Act?
Sorry, because actually, what I assumed, and as you know, I'm sure there's a lot of people who know a lot more about this than I do. But my assumption was, if everyone's speaking some form of Latin, there's a unification in this culture where the writing is going to be similar. Everyone's going to be able to communicate. when the capital breaks, basically, and now there's no more cultural ties, the empire falls. My assumption was everyone who spoke Latin continued to do so, but now being isolated, they start to create their own endemic evolution of the language, and that's actually what it says.
Yeah.
When the empires decline, the fragmentation and collapse of its western half in the 5th and 6th centuries, the spoken varieties of Latin became more isolated from each other, with the Western dialects coming under heavy Germanic influence, the Goths and the Franks, and the Eastern dialects coming under Slavic influence. The dialects diverged from classical Latin at an accelerated rate and eventually evolved into a continuum of recognizably different typologies. The colonial empires established by Portugal, Spain, and France in the 15th century onward spread their language to other continents. It's so wild.
Well, it's how they understood it, right?
But there's one language that obviously has its dialects. Could you imagine if the United States were to follow the path of, let's say World War III happens, an EMP just goes off. Let's say Russia is like, they've invaded, NATO troops are coming, and then the NATO troops are pressing on the eastern border of Ukraine, so Russia just fires a...
The organized clergy took over educating the masses, Tim. This isn't even hard. Like you're already familiar with like medieval monks. What are you doing? The evangelism of Christianity and like the power base of Christianity was education, Tim. I'm verklempt right now. Like, also, obviously, like, other languages existed. And they continued to exist and, like, merge with other languages. Verklempt, it's like a word for just... How do I even describe it? Here, I'm going to look it up. Here's the actual definition. I've never looked it up before. Overcome with emotion. I guess it is a Yiddish word? I did not know that. Huh. Yeah.
A couple MIRVs peppering the eastern seaboard. The EMPs shut down all the major data centers. Internet is gone. And then, after, global decimation of technology, people will still communicate for the most part.
He's
but
so
you will
obsessed
start
with
to
Civil
see
War,
rapid
it's
evolution
weird.
of new languages. I don't think it's possible with communication technology, even if a war were to happen. But let's say like we get an Einstein, I don't know what World War III will be fought with, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones type scenario where everyone's reduced to the Stone Age. People in Texas start creating their own, the South starts generating their own language because people they're not traveling as much. They're not communicating over long periods anymore. And then after a couple hundred years, Seattle speaks a different language to Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's insane that that's what happened.
Well, I think we wouldn't have to be as connected as we are now for that to work, and that's why you see what you see during Rome, right? Like,
it's actually not
we
that
would
insane.
it would have to be some sort of an EMP situation. We'd have to be so disconnected. I think that's the only way it could happen.
But I think there's too many books about ham radio for that to happen, to be honest.
Are you kidding me? Have you ever heard like have they ever heard like thick accents from inside the United States? Like the way things sound in different regions of the United States is hugely different. And to the point where, like, if it's thick enough, it could constitute its own language. You know? This is actually so painful. It's just existing on a long enough time scale, Tim. And, like, some of that is mitigated by, like, having, like, public education for starters. But, like... Here, Here, can I find this? Maybe this will help.
Talking about like that, like if you had some wood out in the yard, instead of saying carry it in the house, you'd say tote it in the house. And like if you had something that you wanted to put in a paper bag, you put it in a paper poke, you know, instead of a paper bag. Well, the way people talk around here, I guess it'd be what more like you call hillbilly style or something, I guess. I don't know, just mountain talk.
You got mountain talk in the United
Most
States.
of your local people have your mountain talk. That's the way you can tell the mountain people from your outsiders, by their language they use. Say, I'll see you over yonder. That means I'll see like in Waynesville. It's a mountaintop kind of.
Never, nothing stops. It's like a singing, you know. We're kind of like we're singing. Lita said we're singing, not talking, you know.
Yeah, I like my moped.
Right on you. Oh yeah. If you're a neighbor, you're better with the world. Atlanta's a good example, or Raleigh. You drive down the street and everybody's wide open, blowing their horns, and don't know nobody, and don't want to know nobody, and don't care about nobody. It's quite a bit different up here.
Well, I lived in Washington, D.C. about 4.5 years, and I just seemed to be in hell with my back broke as live there.
Standing around to hear that, and okay, it's Cy-goggling.
Oh, here we go.
The words myself, and so you get somebody standing around to hear that, and okay, it's Cy-goggling.
Say a carpenter has done a real poor job, and then you say that's all Cy-goggling. You know, he didn't have his wall straight, or
They'll stand back and look if something ain't like. They say that thing's Cy-goggling. They'll say, I want you to look and say, what is it? If you're building some kind of, said that's Cy-goggling right yonder, and said that old road going up there, and said that thing's Cy-goggling.
My grandmother, she's always talking about people being stout or gaint. She used words like peckerwood. If it's somebody she didn't like, she'd call him a peckerwood.
This is fascinating, but I hope my point is made. I hope the point that I was trying to make is made. Like, you just take this type of like language evolution, you give it enough time, it can turn into an entirely new means of communication, you know? More fascinating than Tim Pool? Yeah, I feel that. But this isn't the Oops All Fascinating Part 2 stream. This is the Oops All Brain Rot stream.
People, you know, like, it's fascinating. I was watching a video on Chicago dialect, and there are some things that still remain true.
I'm
For
sorry,
instance,
Barry,
in Chicago, we say curbs. Some people say that we say gym shoes. What else do we say that people don't say? I don't know. There are certain words, expressway or something. I don't know. There are terms that I'm like, I grew up with and I heard all these things, and they were normal to me. And a hero, I never heard. I never knew that word. A hero sandwich, H-E-R-O. Never, not part of my. And then I went to New York and I asked for a sub, and they're like, a what? I went to a bodega and I was like,
That's not how you spell a hero sandwich, Tim. You don't spell it H-E-R-O. It's not how you. It's not how you spell that, Tim. Wait, people. Wait, so there are people who legitimately sell sub sandwiches and call them H-E-R-O sandwiches. I've only ever heard it said when it refers to like G-Y-R-O sandwiches or wraps. It's extremely New York. That's stupid. That's the one thing I've learned about New York that's stupid.
I didn't even know what a bodega meant. A convenience store, corner store. We call them corner stores. But anyway, the point is.
But even like within a state too, like in New Jersey, I'm from North Jersey. We have Taylor ham. South Jersey, you have pork roll.
I don't Taylor. I have no idea what that is. It's
I don't know.
In some other place they call it pork roll, but Taylor ham.
But so an interesting thing happened. I'm watching this, and you know, this guy is saying like, you know what really irks me is when people claim that people in Chicago say Chicago because they don't. And maybe they did 40, 50 years ago, but they don't now. And people, like, I will jokingly say Chicago, and then people think it's a literal pronunciation because their exposure to, like, this word. I'm like, no, it's ah. It's always been ah, as long as I've been alive. But the fascinating thing is we did have these dialects that emerged across the country, but then you started getting television, and television started doing away with these regional dialects. If not for mass communications, the regional dialects absolutely could have started to evolve into new languages.
Yes.
They still will, Tim.
Anyway, Ian, you were going to ask about the Federal Reserve printing of money.
Yeah. That was, so when the Republic fell, the Roman Republic, was it like expedited by some paperwork signed by some dudes in a back room one night and they were like, all right, it's over? Or was it actually literally Julius Caesar coming in with the troops?
Well, you have Caesar kind of expedites the situation because he pisses everybody off, but really it only falls because Augustus keeps it going, right? Like people had really been damaged by 133 to 31. They're just guy invading. So eventually they just say, we just want some stability, and that's what Augustus promises them. So that's really all people are looking for. They're looking for a savior.
It sounds like, I don't know if you guys know the business plot. You ever hear the business plot? 1933, the bunch of businessmen asked Smedley Butler to lead a fascist coup on the United States. 500,000 men. They wanted him to march to Washington, D.C. to overthrow FDR. And that sounds like that was the proposition of like, let's create the empire blatantly. And they, you know, Smedley said no. But that's like the Rubicon, would have been the crossing of the Rubicon, literally. If they'd done that.
I want to go back to the question you just asked, though, about like the dissolution of the empire.
Of the Republic into the empire? Or
of the empire itself. Like, how did the empire cease to be? Like, was it people met in a room, like Ian was saying? But I'm not talking about backroom deals or anything, but just guys sat down and they were like, I think it's over.
You mean like in 476, where he was talking about earlier in like the 30?
Later on.
Okay,
like
later on.
The official end, which fragments.
Well, you have this.
It's kind of subjective, right?
It's subjective, but you also eventually have this barbarian king, this barbarian guy named Odoacer, and he's like, all right, all the troops are with me anyway, so we're just going to end the charade and I'm in charge now. That's basically what happens. One guy just says, all right, it's over, I'm in charge.
But when do like regions stop responding to orders? When do soldiers stop controlling land?
That would be after Justinian's invasion. Because after Justinian's invasion, there's a power vacuum, and because he comes in and he kills the barbarian king and everything else.
But so this is basically like the end of the Roman Empire officially is a decline, not an instantaneous thing.
Well, in the East,
it takes a long time, and then there's the issue of like different people claiming to be the successor, and you know, you don't know if they're the actual successor or not. Then you have like, do you count like Charlemagne as like a continuation of the Roman Empire? You know, like, also just as an FYI, like part of the reason Nazis like to associate themselves with the Roman Empire is because they are doing the thing that Europeans did all throughout the Middle Ages and up until modern times, which is claim to be the successor of the Roman Empire. God. Yeah, an empire doesn't just end. Like, there are breakaway regions that think that they can do better by themselves, like from governors. There are like, you know, land grabs by barbarian tribes. There are like outright attempts to kill it by other nations. Like, yeah, it's not any one thing until it just kind of becomes relatively irrelevant.
They wouldn't have considered themselves to be Byzantines. They thought they were still Romans, right? So at the same time, if you ask them, the Roman Empire, that's why there's this whole debated thing. What year did it end? And if you ask them, the Roman Empire ends in 1453.
The reason I ask is because my view of government is basically the confidence of the people. If the people believe it, it is so. When we get to a point, as we're getting to now in the United States, people do not believe the police have authority. What do you see? Yo, I just watched a video where a guy gets out of his car and starts punching motor cops, like cops on motorcycles. He's just beating the, and then he gets in his car and leaves.
Mm-hmm.
That's wild to me, because that means that guy is thinking, you have no power. You can do nothing. We see these, there's a viral video from New York where a guy's playing the cello in the subway. A woman walks up, grabs a bottle and cracks him on the head with it. She gets arrested. She gets released, no problem. You got the cops, the people who beat the illegal immigrants who beat the crap out of the cops get released right away.
Right.
What happens is people see these stories and in their minds they think police have
Citation
no
needed,
power.
Tim.
What happens then? If we come to a point where, this is how I've explained it in the past. You hear a knock on your door one day, and you walk up and you look through your people, and there is a clown, like a literal clown with clown makeup and a big bright nose.
Yes,
and
he's
got an
always
angry
saying
expression on
this.
his face, and he knocks on the door, and then he goes on his nose, and you're like, what's going on? And you open the door, and then he looks at you, and he's like, I have a clown warrant for your arrest. You'd be like, get off my property? What is this? Is a joke? Now, the absurdity of seeing a clown do that and call for your arrest, everybody understands the clown can't arrest you. It's a weird guy. Now imagine the exact same scenario, but the clown costume is the Bureau of Public Legal Services. And you're like, I have no idea what your department is. Who are you and what authority do you have? I'm not listening to you. When it comes to the point where people equate a police officer showing up their door, knocking on the door and saying, I'm here for your arrest, I have a warrant from a judge, and people feel the same way as they would were it a clown, and they just say, I'm not listening to you. What are you going to do about it? Then government is done.
Well, that's how people feel about the justice system.
Then
right
they
now,
just
right?
kill
Like,
you.
Look at what's
That's what we're
happening
going.
with Trump. It's comical. You know, they have the $350 million decision. They're like, oh, you know what? There's interest on that. So now it's 400 because of the
Right.
interest. You have the E. Jean Carroll case. So it just
These are not equivalent, just as an FYI. But also, like, when they're talking about this, like, Tim Pool just seems to forget that, like, in a truly, like, dictatorial state, if you don't go with the legal authorities, they just murder you on the spot. You know? Like, oh, what are you going to do about it? They kill you, Tim. That's how that works in a fascist dictatorship. They kill you. They don't do what you're saying. Like Rome didn't fall because they were releasing undocumented immigrants that like punched a cop. Like that's not like what happens.
you look at it and people are like, what justice
Blue
system?
Moon
It doesn't
Blue Moon
exist in people's
buffoon.
eyes anymore.
And that's the top. That's the judicial element of going to
Well, it's the
court.
beginning of the decay, right? Because once there's no justice system, why is there a need for anything else?
But I would say starting with COVID, they started releasing all these criminals. Then you look at New York and their very extreme bail reform policies. It doesn't matter what a court says if there's not a human being to enforce it. So I thinking about the end of the Roman Empire, and the reason I asked, was it like a couple guys in a room being like, we're going to stop giving the orders, we're going to stop paying the bills? That's more of like a very quick thing. Hey, soldiers are like, we're not getting paid anymore, we're leaving. And then you don't have soldiers, versus a soldier walks up to someone and says, I represent the empire. And they're like, no, you don't. There's no empire. Get out of my house. So what I see here in the United States is we are moving very rapidly towards the scenario where
Yes, I'm always saying
cop's going to show up
this.
at someone's house and he's going to laugh in his face and he's going to be like, good luck, dude. Like, it's wild when you look at these videos out of grocery.
Tim, if you try and pull that with a cop, even if you have like an entire armory in your house, they're just gonna call in backup, seize you in your house until you give up, or they're going to break in with like a SWAT team. Either way, you're fucked. What are you doing with this LARPy bullshit? Like, honestly.
Grocery stores, out of malls or whatever, where people would just steal whatever they want. and the cops are like, I can't do anything.
I think that's definitely anarcho-tyranny, and just in the general sense of
It's anarcho-tyranny. Yeah, that's what we're living
are
through
allowed
right
to
now.
get away with behavior like that.
Yeah.
The reason why in San Francisco you can go in and steal, under X amount of stuff and get away with it is because it's predominantly certain minority groups.
No, I disagree. I got to stop you.
Okay.
It's because they're willing to. That's it. They're
Well,
willing. They're
no.
willing
Let
to
him
do it.
finish his
The-
conspiracism,
look,
Tim.
when-
He wants
when-
to say the
right
Jews
now,
are
as we
doing
mentioned
it.
earlier, Steve Baker's a journalist surrendering himself to the FBI.
Right.
Because he's willing to. And the people who are running in full speed, smashing up these stores and stealing it, it's because they're willing to. And so, I've dealt with law enforcement in my life, and I've seen this stuff coming for a long time. When we have a guy, in Chicago, firing a gun, and we call the police, they say, what do you want me to do about it? It's like, you're a cop, come here. No, absolutely not. But then you get a guy who's speeding, and the cop's going to be like, I will pull him over and give him a ticket. Why? Path of least resistance. For the law enforcement officer, not always, but it's increasingly getting worse. The question is, why bother? Now, if you are a Steve Baker, and I tell you on your knees, and you do it, it's easy. I don't got to risk anything. I don't got to fight anybody. He's doing what he's told. So if you are your average citizen, you're not going to commit a crime. The police know that if they want to arrest you, it will be easy. But they know that these gangs, these various groups that are willing to do these smash and grabs, which from the videos do tend to be mostly one particular one minority group. They tend to be black people. We tend to see a mix of sometimes Hispanic. And then there was a video out of there was a Home Depot where a white guy.
Man, it's interesting how Tim is getting nervous around the part where he knows he's doing white nationalist talking points, where he knows he's doing the out-and-out Nazi posting. You can hear it in his voice, he's nervous about it.
I was doing it. I don't think. I don't care to get into the racial component of that.
Right. Well, the reason I brought the racial component up is just because that's why
Tim?
they're allowed to get away with it, is because you have this.
Continue. Sorry, but
Okay.
I just disagree.
Yeah. No. I think we're kind of talking past each other. I do agree with.
See, Tim knows exactly who he brought on his show, and he doesn't want this guy to give up the game. He wants to continue being able to tap dance on this fine line. But he knows he brought a guy who was a member of a white nationalist neo-Nazi group. And so he's trying to head off at the pass, I don't want to get into the racial component. No, sir. I don't want to get into that. No. But this guy's yes, they're letting them get away with it because they're black, Tim. They're letting them do it because they're minorities, Tim. Don't you understand? Tim, they're minorities. They, ellipses, are letting them get away with it.
With you that the cops will policing
It's
oftentimes
JQing
is based
right
on
now.
what the cops want to go do. You see that after any time Black Lives Matter is big in the news. It's called the Ferguson effect. Some have referred to it as where cops, we have data, cops will police less when they feel that they're going to get in trouble for.
So let's look at Antifa.
Right.
They're white. They're overwhelmingly white people, and the cops don't do anything about it. It's not because they're a minority group. It's because they're willing to do it, and the cop's thinking to himself, if I walk up to this far leftists, they will throw bricks at my face, so I will not do anything about it. Conservatives will get on their hands and knees and say, thank you, officer. And I'll give you an example. Gavin McInnes was speaking in New York City. Far leftists were throwing things at people, threatening them, and surrounding the blocks outside of this Republican club. When the Proud Boy guys were leaving, there's this video where they're just like, all right, let's roll. And they run at these Antifa guys in all black are literally attacking people. And then you get Proud Boys who say, you want to fight, we'll fight. They run at them,
yes, the Proud Boys. A group of white nationalist neo-Nazi sympathizers who are labeled as terrorists in several countries around the world. Yeah, Gavin McInnes, a neo-Nazi. Yeah, they're just minding their own business. Richard Spencer, he's just minding his own business.
get into a fight and beat the crap out of Antifa. When the police show up, Antifa says, F you, and they run full speed away. The Proud Boys go to the cops and say, "Thank you, officer." The cop smiles, puts them in cuffs, and put those guys in prison for 4 years. And
good.
Antifa gets away with it because the cops know they can't do anything about it. The Proud Boys go to prison because they are willing to subject themselves to the rule of the police.
So, you know, something tells me I don't think those Proud Boys would have walked up to the police officers. And this is me taking Tim Pool exactly at his word here. Something tells me the Proud Boys wouldn't have walked up to police officers if they thought they were going to get arrested for what they did.
If our society continues in this direction,
this isn't their noble
and we come to the point where
sacrifice.
people on the right just say, "You have no power here," then the police cease to function. And if there's no police, there's no government. A judge can bang the gavel all he wants, and then people will smile and carry on. And that's what we're seeing now in places like New York, where there was one viral story where a guy had been arrested something like 40 times, and they kept letting him go. And finally, he committed some violent crime. He committed a violent crime and laughed as he was getting arrested, saying something like, "Y'all keep letting me do it." This is where it's so long as the cops.
Man, that is the vaguest description of a crime I've ever heard in my life.
Are weighing the. Is
But
it
these are
easy or is
people
it
that
hard?
are turning themselves in, though, right? These are people that are they are surrendering to the police, and they're nevertheless being let out. The point that I was trying to make, I don't think
they're not. They're not. So like this guy in New York was a shoplifter, turnstile jumper, and then the last thing he did was like snatch and grab or something. He actually attacked somebody.
Wow. So when you said he had 40 violations, what you really meant was he jumped over the turnstile to go on the subway 40 times. Come on, Tim.
And he laughed, being like, "Every time I committed a crime, y'all just let me go." They walk him in, walk him out in 16 hours. He's getting arrested.
Right.
And the cops are thinking
that's he's getting arrested for jumping turnstiles and shoplifting, Tim. Like when you get arrested for those things, you like pay a fine. You don't go to prison for shoplifting. You don't go to prison for jumping over a turnstile that would have cost like $2. You know, like you don't like what you think we should imprison people for like a $2 like trying to skip out on a $2 charge? Now, a snatch and grab would probably escalate to some sort of felony. I'm not a legal expert, but something tells me that with a record of, you know, petty crimes and then a direct attack on a person, the next time would be harder for him to get out.
to themselves, "What's the point?" Because we can.
And the problem is too, if they handle the situation, they're too worried they're going to get sued, right? So you have it's the legal system, and there's so many parts of this problem, right? Because you look at this and police should say, okay, well, this is wrong and this is right. I should do what's right. And too many of them have said, well, you know, what's in danger for my job and what's in danger for my life, which is a problem. But then you also have like, I'm seeing ads now for police forces in my area, and I'm not in a very dangerous area. Those were very desirable jobs. You had to get on a waiting list to get on, and now they're actually advertising for jobs.
So, you know, I was when we were hanging out, we periodically go hang out at National.
Yeah. It's almost like people found out that their friends don't like them as much when they become cops. So that's so crazy. It's so weird.
In DC, it's beautiful. It's in Maryland, but it's just south of DC, and they got great restaurants. There's the casino, of course. One of the DOs at the poker table said crime has gotten really, really bad in my neighborhood, and he was mentioning that he lives like in a relatively nice area, or did. And he said there was a guy standing in the middle of the road waving a gun around, and everyone just peels out trying to get away as this guy's and nothing happens. Police won't show up. What I see happening now is, I know it's really, really complicated.
That's the police not doing their job, Tim. That's not the downfall of society. That's just, you should fire the police department.
It's not so simple. There's a lot of nuance. When it comes to certain groups, gangs,
yeah, of course it's all anecdotes. They don't have data.
Am I going to run after them? Nah. But most Americans aren't going to commit the crime. And then what happens is, cop pulls somebody over. Let's say, I've been given false tickets 2 times. I had a cop riding my ass while I'm driving in my car to the point where I thought he was going to hit me. So I put on my right signal, give myself a little gas to make some space before I turn over. The moment I'm like 3 miles over, the lights turn on. It was a cop. He pulls me over and starts laughing, saying, "Why would you speed when there's a cop behind you?" And I was like, "You were going to hit me, dude. I was trying to move." And he's like, "Tell it to a judge." Throws me this bunk ass ticket. Because he knows I will do nothing about it. There's no resistance. I will submit. Then you get these other scenarios where these guys run around the city with guns. And
Well, Tim, why didn't you just say, what are you going to do about it? Like, why aren't you the guy from your story, Tim? Remember, you're like, we just need people to say, what are you going to do about it to cops? Tim, when you got that ticket, why didn't you say, I'm not going to pay it? What are you going to do about it? Why didn't you say that to the cop, Tim? Why didn't you take a glorious principled stand there, Tim? Weird. Almost like he's full of shit.
the cops are like, "I'm not going anywhere near that." You get New York City, where
Did he just admit that he admitted to speeding to a cop? Yes, he did. Again, I feel like we need another reminder. It's been a while since we had this reminder.
Mark and Craig, Pop Brothers at Law. It's Shut the Fuck Up Friday, and we are here with Michael Rappaport, and we are going to review that script for you.
Oh dear.
Big brother.
Okay, it's 5 years ago. It's not right now when he's the Yikesy. Okay.
What do you say when the cops first pull you over?
Why'd you pull me over?
And when they start asking questions?
Not discussing my day or night, sir.
And if they keep asking questions?
Politely say, am I being detained or am I free to go?
And if detained, what do you say?
Sir, I invoke the fifth.
And then Michael Rappaport, what do you do?
Shut the fuck up.
Simple, 25 words, politely, respectfully. Review it, not only on Shut the Fuck Up Friday.
Oh no, he got yikesy. He got so yikesy. He's like off the rails when it comes to Israel and Gaza genocide.
But every day.
And don't forget to shut the fuck up.
What are we supposed to do?
Shut the fuck up.
And then when the cops ask more questions?
You shut the fuck up.
What if they put the cuffs on you?
Shut the fuck up. You don't say a fucking word. You know what you do? You shut the fuck up.
And they take you to the station?
You shut the fuck up.
And then they try to let you go.
You shut your fucking big fucking mouth. You shut the fuck up.
And that's the tip of the day.
Imagine Michael Rappaport wasn't there. It's the best legal advice you will ever hear.
Bukowski, he interviews this guy. A dude with a knife starts stabbing people, and the cops are like, "I'm not getting anywhere near that," and they refuse to intervene. This is the path we're on. And again, the reason why I ask about, like, how does the Roman Empire fall? Is it eventually, like...
Oh yeah, of course there's a version where he isn't, but I didn't find that in the moment. Sorry.
Imagine if the city said, we're not going to pay the police officers anymore. Yeah, well, then it's chaos. The cops just don't show
Well,
up.
there's no authority then. So people are coming for, okay, well, who is the actual authority and who can enforce things, right? And I think that's why you have it breaking off into different barbarian tribes, because like, well, somebody's in charge. I'm going to go with that guy.
But this is my question, right? Was it where the soldiers who, like, you know, you have all these soldiers that are loyal, but they're not getting paid, so they don't enforce anything? Or was it people just stopped caring what the soldiers had to say, right? Where we are right now in the United States is we're coming to the point where the word of a police officer is becoming that of a clown. They knock on your door and you say, honey, there's a clown at the door complaining, saying he wants to lock me in a cage. Ignore him. We're getting to that point. And when that...
Oh, well, Tim, why didn't you ignore that police officer who gave you a ticket? He was just a clown who gave you a ticket, Tim. Why didn't you ignore him?
Happens, a judge can claim whatever he wants. The Supreme Court can say whatever he wants. The president can say whatever he wants. But as Michael Malice says, these orders are letters to Santa were it not for the police. More importantly, the police can do nothing if the people no longer believe in the authority of the police. So that's, again, to go back to Rome and why I asked. Was it the authority, the chief of police basically saying, guys, there's no more taxes anymore. We can't pay your salaries. You're fired? Or was it a Roman soldier in a town being like, hey, you listen here, I'm in charge, and they went, no, you're not.
Well, there weren't really any Roman soldiers anymore at this point. Like I said, there have been
So-
so many people that had died. There was, this invasion of Rome by Justinian, so there's no real Roman citizens left, and the people that are left.
I mean, like, really what happens when you have a breakdown like this is, like, the disparate parts of the military just kind of break apart, or some of them remain loyal and, like, head back to kind of the centralized hub of empire. But the ones that stay in kind of these enclaves, they solidify their power base. They become more independent, keeping whatever they can kind of safe from roving barbarians or what have you. This is essentially the beginning of the feudal lord system, right? This entire breakdown is what leads to you have the person paying and being the patron of warriors and military security, and then you have the serfs working the land under the feudal lord. And so this slow dissolution is what winds up happening with the tail end of the Roman Empire. Obviously some of those enclaves survive, many of them don't.
They're just the barbarians are like, all right, I guess nobody's in
Well, the
charge. Let's
barbarians
war,
were
you guys.
brought in as mercenaries, right?
Right.
In part because of a decline in conscription or
So
the
the
military.
auxiliary-
Again, the vast, to my knowledge, the vast majority of the barbarians were not brought in as mercenaries.
Is what's left of the army.
So
That's
take a
all
look
that's
at
left.
this. Comparing it to today, we've got this invasion on the southern border of people from various countries, including China, of all places, sub-Saharan Africa, flying to Brazil and then making their way up. And we're coming to the point where we are watching these migrants beat the crap out of police. Michael Rappaport.
Citation needed.
Hated Trump, but now he's losing his mind. He's like, they're beating up New York's finest.
When did that happen, Tim?
Imagine this unchecked for another 4 years if you get a Joe Biden, and you will be in a country where the police will be.
Actually, I'm going to pause here because I think I know exactly what is being referred to here. You all remember the story about the migrants in Times Square allegedly brawled with the cops and were then arrested. Do you guys remember that story? We did a little bit of coverage on it when the full context video came out that showed that the cops were harassing these young men and picked a fight with them, essentially, because one of them compared one of the cops to Ugly Betty, which is pretty great. Yeah, it turns out all charges against every single one of those guys were dropped because the cops were full of shit and didn't have evidence to back up their claims. And I just wanted to share this. It's from Olayemi Olurin. Excellent content creator, by the way. But kind of breaking down this case. Yeah, here it is. And kind of the where it stands right now. So let's take a look. She does such an excellent job with these.
Do y'all remember a few weeks ago when there was a viral story about migrants beating up NYPD officers in Times Square? When it happened, the media ran footage everywhere, painting the migrants as attackers. Both New York City Mayor Eric Adams and Governor Kathy Hochul came out and said that the migrants should be deported, that they're violent, that they should be denied asylum if they're seeking it. And then NYPD went everywhere telling the media that these violent migrants had been released because of bail reform, right?
And people like TYT's Anna Kasparian just kind of ran with that narrative, despite having no additional evidence aside from the say-so of NYPD.
Immediately after that story dropped, I pointed out that one, beyond the fact that the footage being shown was very obviously edited not to include the beginning of the altercation because the police likely initiated it, which was clear to me as someone who has represented hundreds of people accused of crimes in New York City, because two, Bail reform had nothing to do with why the migrants weren't sent to Rikers. They were all charged with violent felonies, so bail could be set if the judge wanted to set bail. But the judge, who himself was a former prosecutor of 16 years, chose not to set bail, which indicated to me that the judge knew something different than what the public was being told. And what was that? 3. That the officers attacked the migrants and they were simply defending themselves. Which is why you probably haven't heard about it, because the media loves to sensationalize propaganda and lies and then...
What was that last headline? New videos contradict NYPD account of lead up to Times Square attack on cops. Damn, that's crazy. I think this is when I covered the story.
Loves to sensationalize propaganda and lies and then never recant their statements because they know that a lie travels way faster than the truth. The migrant they arrested, whose face they plastered everywhere because he gave the cops the middle finger after he was arrested? Yeah, well, he just had his charges dismissed and sealed.
Because they had jack shit. You mean a cop would just do that? Go up in front of everyone and tell a lie? That's crazy. That's crazy, dog. Also... Also, just as an FYI about this guy right here, the reason he was he had his charges dropped right here. NYC migrant 22 who brazenly flipped off bystanders outside court when he was arrested for attack on Times Square police officers is exonerated after he was misidentified. Meaning that, like, this guy who was, like, the face of this horror inflicted upon the American populace, these uppity migrants coming into our country, he's not even one of the people involved in the altercation. Boada insisted on his innocence, an assertion DA Alvin Bragg now agrees with following a sprawling investigation. In a statement, the progressive DA revealed how he and investigators came to that conclusion, calling it a case of mistaken identity. As 7 other migrants now face charges for the assault, Bragg said his office initially misidentified Boada and have since charged the suspect they now believe is the true culprit. Interesting. So... yeah, this guy not actually guilty at all because he's had no connection to that incident. They just happened to arrest him. Oops. Anyway, that's the horrible crime that Tim Pool was talking about.
Clowns. The more people see non-citizens taking whatever they want and the police just being beaten by them, like at what point do the...
Again, in the case he's talking about, the police started the fight with the migrants because they were angry and were trying to abuse their power.
The rest of the people of New York or any other city just say, there are no police anymore. Like there's roving gangs that just do what they want. And then what happens, I see, is...
But by the way, this is true. Like, there are literal police gangs, like gangs within police departments.
Take a look at what's going on in New York City. If that spreads, what are you going to get? Suburbs are going to start creating their own de facto police forces. Call it militia, call it whatever you want. We saw this during the George Floyd riots. There was a car driving down the road, and there's like 3 dudes with ARs, low ready, just standing there as the rioters are doing their thing, and they're like, we're guarding our neighborhood.
Oh yeah, that's
when it comes to the point where the police basically just say, we can't do anything. When people believe that police are incapable and the roving criminal alien gangs have more power. I mean, like this Venezuelan criminal alien who has opened fire in Times Square, and Venezuelans are rallying behind him to raise money. Like at a certain point.
Sorry, I don't know anything about this story. I assume this would be the story? Teen accused of shooting tourist in Times Square and firing at officer arrested after search. Yeah, literally a child. Like he's upset about a child. He's 15 years old. Like, yeah, it's not great, but maybe the concern here should be how a 15-year-old got a hold of a gun.
American is meaningless. And you're going to say, you know, you're from Chicago, but you're not going to say, I'm from Chicago. You're not going to say I'm an American. You're going to say, I'm part of the Garfield Ridge Defense Force. Nobody really calls it Garfield Ridge and Garfield. That's where I'm from, the Midway, they call it. But what's going to happen is a bunch of families are going to come together and say, the cops aren't, like, we're getting people raiding our stores. The cops won't do anything about it. We have to. There's a viral video right now we showed you the other night.
Yeah, that's what you do as a store owner. If you're a small business owner, yeah, you go and defend your store. Yeah. But that's how it has been for a long ass time.
Where a guy is stealing from a Home Depot, and people just go up and start beating the crap out of him. Like, we're getting to that point where it's like the police will do nothing.
Oh yeah, you really need to put your life and body on the line to defend Home Depot's profits. Like, there's a big difference to me between like a small business, like a family business, a local business, and then like Best Buy. These large-scale businesses have insurance for theft. Like, they literally plan it into their budgets. Now, a small business can't necessarily do that. Big businesses absolutely can. Tim Pool laying out his fantasy of becoming a modern warlord. Honestly, Gamer G, yeah. This is LARPing. This is LARPy bullshit of Tim imagining how his, like, weird little skate park compound will be turned into a bastion of freedom.
Don't care anymore. And the joke we made was, how much you want to bet when the cops showed up, they arrested the shoppers who stopped the thief instead of the thief because they assaulted the thief.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like,
yeah, they probably arrest everyone involved with the fight. Yeah.
What happened with Daniel Penny in New York is like,
Exactly.
it's like people see that, and like the person that actually does something is the person that then has to defend themselves and could possibly lose their freedom for actually handling a situation.
And this is where
what is this case? Oh, okay. No, Daniel Penny like choked the guy to death because he was being loud on the subway. That's an insane thing to do. Having now been on a New York subway, like it's actually insane to just choke someone out for being loud. For those of you who haven't been on a New York subway, the train is already loud as fuck. Choking someone out for having like a mental breakdown on the train, like, look, when you're on the subway, you mind your business. Okay? You mind your business. Someone's being loud, so that's their business. You mind yours.
where you combine police being beaten by criminal aliens who are being given luxury hotels and being brought in mass to the tunes of millions. Then you add on top of that a veteran who is trying to defend people from a psychopath threatening to kill them goes to prison. And people are going to say there is no longer a legal system, just roving gangs. At what point do we get to, when do we get to the point where, let's say there's a guy in New York waving a gun around, like this Venezuelan criminal alien, shoots someone.
Notice how when Tim Pool talks about this child, the does not refer to him as a child. That's interesting.
And then someone else in New York just tackles him, fight ensues, and he kills the criminal alien. The police show up, and they say something like, "You're under arrest for murder."
Again, it depends on the circumstances. You know, it depends on the circumstance of the killing, because that evolves over time. If, in the example of Daniel Penny, you hold someone in a chokehold and break their neck, or until they pass out and then they die, like, that's a different situation than like you punch a would-be shooter in the face, and like the angle of your hand and the exact momentum of your hand impacts their nose, and like a piece of their bone goes up into their brain and they die. Like, that's those are two different cases. Very, very different.
But then other citizens pull out crowbars and baseball bats and say, "Back the F off."
I think we could get there eventually. I think that I don't know how close we are to that. And the reason why is because I do think it is anarcho-tyranny. I do think I brought up the minority shoplifters. You said white Antifa also.
I love his use of the term anarcho-tyranny, because that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That those two terms are incompatible with each other.
Get away with this. Both of those are client groups for the people in power. So it's not like, yeah, if you're non-white, you can get away with anything, right? If you're non-white at January 6th, they're going to throw the book at you, sure. But I do think a lot of the chaos that we see is allowed to happen. It's not that our ruling class is trying to maintain order. It's that certain classes that are aligned, that are clients of the people in power, are getting away with quite a bit. And I think that if someone like, you tried to just say no to the cops and say, we've got our community defense system, I think they would still Waco you. I think we're still at that point. Now,
I agree.
Okay. On a long enough timeline, yeah, maybe
they would still Waco you. It's very telling phrase.
To move away. And I think
I'm saying we're entering this point where you watch a video of illegal immigrants beating cops,
right,
and then they get released immediately by the system. The system is broken.
The people
half broken.
It's almost like the video was edited by the cops in order to try and get public opinion on their side before the full video came out of them starting the fight.
Sure. But if the people in this room went up and beat up a cop, say, and we would never do this, of course, a female minority police, let's make the cop trans just for added effect, that would have a very different effect. We would not be allowed to have that happen, and it's because the ruling class has different standards and different rules. And
okay, but let's steelman your position. If you guys went up and beat a white cis male cop, I don't think that would go well for you. I don't think it would go well for you, especially because I don't think it would go well for undocumented immigrants either. Like, if undocumented immigrants beat a cop and there wasn't any video proof showing that the cops started the fight or deliberately antagonized this group of people, if there wasn't that footage, this would be an open and shut case. They would be in jail and they'd be deported right away. The same there are countless videos of white ladies just throwing fists at fully armed cops. They don't get arrested. It's crazy.
Expectations for different groups, but I do think that it's not inconceivable that we're heading in that direction. And the point that you're bringing up is just kind of a decline in the ability of a central government to maintain order and to have this kind of monopoly on force. But that's a reasonable thing to maybe 100 years from now to say.
Well, it's a lost and agreed upon reality. There is no agreed upon reality right now. You have two parties running two different countries.
You got a stink bug on your mic.
Oh, nice. You have two parties running two different countries. You have
That's because his words are stinky.
You have, one party trying to run a republic, and you have another party trying to run a multicultural democracy, and those two things do not
Please, for the love of God. I hate, can I just express that I hate the way that conservatives have tried to say that being a republic and being a democracy are like mutually exclusive ideas? Because it's such an on its face stupid thing to say. Like, can we just like you can just Google democracy versus a republic. Come on, dude. I'm so tired. This is a very stupid argument. Like to an extreme that is hard for me to encapsulate within my sleepy brain. It's like, but to really kind of just put a nail on it, my understanding is that it's kind of a square rectangle situation. And no, I will not elaborate if you don't understand what I mean. Also, very clever of him to sneak in multicultural democracy. The idea here being that a republic is inherently contradictory to a not just a democracy, but a multicultural democracy. Basically, he's saying that one party is for white folk, you know, making a republic, a true, you know, inheritor of Rome republic. And on the other hand, you have a group made up of all kinds of black, white, brown, Asian folk. And, you know, that's multicultural. And they're doing democracy, and that's bad. You know? Yeah, no, it is a fascist argument. Like, the inherently contradictory nature of the argument is in line with fascism. The Roman Republic was multicultural, but see, they want to gloss over that as much as possible, Methatyahu.
Not agree. Let's break down what you said, though, that there's one political faction that certainly is ignored or allowed to do these things. And, you know, I mentioned Antifa. They're mostly white people. I mean, overwhelmingly white.
A client group.
And so why is it then that the police back off? They allow these things to happen. Take a look at D.C., January 20th, 2017. Several hundred far-left extremists, mostly white people, smashing up D.C., smashing windows, setting fires, torching vehicles. And not only were they acquitted, they were paid out by the city to the tune of $1 million+ something. The reason is the political forces in these places know their power is derived from these masses. And if they oppose them, they will lose political power. They know that by opposing the more libertarian, post-liberal, or conservative faction, they will be empowered. So eventually the point I'm bringing up is the true power base of the police is the taxpayer, not the far left. But the far left wields media power and influence, and taxpayers are footing the bill. Now you've got, in places like Boston, these wealthy elites panicking because they're bringing criminal aliens into their neighborhood. And they're like, why? I was like, well, you voted for it. Sooner or later, the true power base, the taxpayer, literally the rabble, the people who do the work to support the system, say no. When the far left is allowed to commit crimes and get away.
Man, I feel like Tim Pool, you know, earlier in this episode talked about how he didn't understand what bodegas are. I feel like all you're gonna get if you get a bunch of undocumented immigrants like coming into a city is you're gonna get some really kick-ass bodegas. Like more that you're just signing up for like cool bodega cats, excellent bodega food, like people who actually give a shit. And like, I'm gonna be honest, guys. Bodegas make their communities safer because they tend to be open 24 hours a day. Like, they provide like a safe place to go if someone shady is tailing you at night. You know, it's just they're good to have. They're healthy in an urban area.
Away with it. When they bring in criminal aliens into the neighborhood of the wealthy elites start to recoil and God, I can't believe this is happening. And then something interesting will happen when regular working people, normies who don't pay attention to stuff and don't care, feel like the police are not doing their job. What we're seeing right now, I'll put it this way. When judges let Antifa go and then prosecute the most minor offenses from January 6th.
The most minor of yeah. You see, these are equivalent. You know, prosecuting an attempted overthrow of democracy, minor. Antifa throwing milkshakes, that's serious business.
Law enforcement confidence is shattered in half.
Aren't bodegas just tiny grocery stores? Kind of, yeah. But they also have, like, you know, newspapers. They got, like, the things you need for your day. They've got cute cats. Sometimes they got, like, cool sandwiches or, like, you know, food from, like, different homelands. It's nice. They're nice and delicious.
Already people on the right have been screaming to the high heavens, two-tiered justice system. What happens when these people outright just say it's no longer an issue of justice, it's an issue of criminality? And when a police officer shows up to enforce something that is clearly not a crime, or I mean, this is the issue right now. Steve Baker is the name to know. A journalist, friends with a bunch of journalists, hanging out with a bunch of journalists, with one guy. It's not the first time this happened. One guy was a local camera operator from I can't remember where he was from, with a large network camera filming in the Capitol. He thought he had this big breaking story. He's like, I got all the footage. His newsroom was super excited. And as soon as he got home, none of the newsroom people would answer his phone. They wouldn't respond to emails. And then the police surround his house and arrest him.
Wow.
As an insult.
Let's see what NBC is saying about this, because I don't necessarily trust Tim Pool's spin. Musician and libertarian writer who works for The Blaze arrested on January 6th charges. Steve Baker, who led a David Bowie tribute band and started working for Glenn Beck's website in 2023, said he 100% approved of the Capitol attack, the FBI said. Let's see here. The former lead singer of a David Bowie tribute band who entered the Capitol on January 6th. Well, this would be why. He wasn't just hanging out outside. He went into the Capitol. Licensed his footage to media outlets, and now works as a writer for Glenn Beck's The Blaze website, has been arrested on misdemeanor Capitol attack charges after turning himself in to federal authorities in Texas. Yeah, so interesting. Here, faces the same 4 standard misdemeanors as any lower level Capitol riot defendants. Because, yeah, he might have been in there as a journalist, he was still breaking the law to do so, to go in there. Copy of an FBI affidavit provided to NBC News by defense attorney William Shipley indicates that that federal prosecutors will focus on comments from Baker that show he was sympathetic to the mob, including when he referred to Nancy Pelosi as a bitch after talking about the mob raiding the former House Speaker's office, and a comment in which he said he regretted that he didn't steal government property during the attack. Look out your windows, bitches, what's coming, Baker allegedly said as he recorded himself approaching the Capitol on January 6th. They got Pelosi's office, and, you know, it couldn't happen to a better deserving bitch. The only thing I regret is that I didn't, steal their computers, because God knows what I could have found on their computers if I'd done that. Do I approve of what happened today? I approve 100%. Okay, yeah. He's getting charged with the same misdemeanors, and his words aren't what are condemning him here. It's his actions going into the Capitol, but his words are definitely going to get brought up in trial to show that he deserves the charges. you know? Video footage previously posted by Baker shows him approaching two officers inside the Capitol and asking them if they're going to use their weapons on protesters. Quote, you gonna use that thing on us? Baker asked one officer, are you really gonna use that on us? Which, by the way, indicates that he did not see himself as a journalist, but as a guy participating in the attack on the Capitol. So, yeah, his words are actually pretty relevant to how he was portraying himself in this circumstance.
Insurrectionist, and they charge him quite literally a journalist. Now, it's happened to Steve.
He wasn't, to my understanding, is he wasn't a journalist at the time. He wasn't a journalist until he got hired by the Blaze. I don't believe he has a history of journalistic endeavors. But also, again, what he says in the footage makes it clear he was not operating as a journalist. He was a participant in the mob that attacked the Capitol.
Steve Baker. Already, people know what we're seeing with the FBI is not law enforcement, it is crime with the CBP. Dr. Phil does this story. Of all people, it was funny when I tell people, like, you hear Dr. Phil say that CBP is facilitating child sex trafficking? They're like, wait, like, Dr. Phil? Dr. Phil? I'm like, Dr. Phil from Oprah did an interview on Rogan and The View where he said, the head of the CBP union said it is absolute that they are facilitating child sex trafficking, and they know it. Like, at a certain point,
I'm gonna need some citations that are better than Dr. Phil. Sorry.
You know, I looked at the Founding Fathers. Everybody there's this meme of George Washington.
Hey, remember when Dr. Phil hosted a reality TV show? Can I get like a trailer for that show? Do we have like a...
That's nicely the first time.
He hosted a show where the premise was essentially like a bunch of people from groups like, hey, we brought a white supremacist and we brought a black person. We brought a skinny person who hates fat people and a fat person who hates skinny people. We brought a homophobe and a lesbian. And now we're all going to ask them to live together. And, you know, it just kind of turned into a huge clusterfuck because of course it did.
I never did anything. Ever. Dishes are clean for me. The list goes on. I never done any of that before. It's new to me.
Don't leave that bowl in the sink.
What?
Don't leave your bowl in the sink. I'm a neatnik. I like things neat. I like things clean. I cleaned up that kitchen once. This is not the hotel. I am not the maid. Put your can. There's a bag hanging right there for the.
I know.
You know where it is?
BT, the is wrong with you? I know.
Basically, it's just a bunch of people being horrible to each other for like 8 episodes. My point is, Dr. Phil is not a nice man, and his ideas are bad. Like, you know, putting a black person who just doesn't like white supremacists with a white supremacist and then expecting them to hug it out, you know?
So you know, don't use that language with me.
What you gonna do?
You don't want me to be on your bad side.
Down on my
I have not been down on your You haven't seen down on your ass.
How do you open this?
John, wash your bowl and dry it and put it back on the table.
I think B is the most angry towards me. She threw a fit at me and stamped her foot and started yelling. It was pretty horrible.
Take that.
Yeah, it was really awful when she asked you to wash your dish. Anyway.
And it says, me and the homies would have been stacking bodies by now.
The guy behind that, yeah, we should take his word. Okay.
Wrong. You read about the American Revolution. It was a year and 1 month into the Revolutionary War, and the Founding Fathers were still trying to petition the crown. That's amazing. They were like, please, please stop killing us. Please stop shooting at us. And then a year and a month later, they said, okay, that's it. For these reasons, we're going to declare independence. Lexington and Concord happened a year before the Declaration of Independence. So no, the Founding Fathers were not stacking bodies. They were begging it to stop.
Well, I think that's, when you look historically, that's one of the major areas people mess up. They're like, oh, you know, this is the time when it all ended.
I know about that one from Big Joel O.S. Crane.
Right? You look at 1776, we have the Declaration of Independence, but we don't have a president until 1790. So it's like, it's a very, and even leading up to that.
Constitution until what, 89?
Yeah. So you look at that and it's like, you have a long, it's to even get to 1776, you had a 20 or 30 year period. And I think people look on history, and it's interesting now because you look at it with even World War I, right? People say Franz Ferdinand was shot on this date and that's what caused it. Well, you don't know that until you're way in the future and you've been able to write about history. And I think if you look at it now, are we in the period people are going to write about? Have we passed it? Are we don't know that. We actually don't know that.
When looking at this, you know, Steve Baker stuff and the other journalists who have been targeted with, I don't view this as law enforcement. I view, certainly you can argue that the rioters on January 6th, people actually fighting cops and smashing things. Well, yeah, you get charged for that. It's a crime. Everyone agrees. And then as for the journalist, this is an FBI agent just kidnapping somebody. It's just kidnapping. It's not law enforcement. You like a guy who films something and then provides it to news organizations, works as he's clearly not intending to break into a building to overturn an election. They're lying.
There's literally footage of him walking up to the building, talking about how they're. Do I need to read the quote again? The quote. Oh wait, that's not the right article. Here it is. The quote here. Look out your windows, bitches. Look what's coming. As they walked to the Capitol. Yeah, like, I mean, Tim Pool's just full of shit and he doesn't know what he's talking about.
And the Capitol building is public. So journalists should be covering this. They're targeting innocent people. We're getting to that point where it's like, if I saw a clown walk up to a journalist and put him in cuffs, I would be like, hey, what is this clown doing? You're attacking a guy. It's not a law enforcement agent. And so much with like the Revolutionary War, could January 6th be a shot heard around the world type moment? The shot heard around the world in the Revolutionary War refers to Lexington and Concord. The Crown is a long history that results in this. The Boston Tea Party results in the Intolerable Acts, which results in colonial government, basically.
Yes. It turns out time is linear, and Tim Pool is just learning that events often impact other and kick off other events. It's like we have this linear chain of events. It's true, like dominoes falling. Even I'm the first one to come up with that phrase.
Basically, forming its own like the Crown basically says we're in charge. Colonists are like, no, we're going to form our own de facto government. Outside the city, people are armed.
Yeah, I don't get that, Fjarl. I don't get that either. Like, Tim Pool is wealthy enough to have an actual honest-to-God, like, pirate pistol on his wall and not just, like, a replica. And I know that that's a replica because I have a similar replica that I got as a small child. And I don't know why he doesn't just have actual things on his walls, you know? Tim Pool could have an absolutely bitching katana forged for him, and he sure as shit wouldn't just leave the blade exposed on his wall.
The Crown says surrender your weapons. They say no. The Crown tries to march on Lexington and Concord. At some point, someone opens fire, and you get the shot heard around the world moment. But there was no Revolutionary War. At the time it happened, they were like, wow, did you hear? Some regulars were getting shot at and shot back and killed some people. That's all it was. A year later, a year and a month later, because even at the time, You know, Ben Franklin's going over there and he's being like, guys, come on. And you get letters being written, petitioning. And then a year and 1 month later, they're like, and there it is. There's the Declaration of Independence. They did not
There
know.
it is.
So now we look back at it and we say the start of the Revolutionary War was the shot heard around the world at Lexington and Concord. Not at the time. Battle of Fort Sumter.
No, O.S. Crane, you can just pull entire logistical lines of waging a war for independence out of your ass. You just don't get it, okay? Look, it doesn't take time to build up supply lines. It doesn't take time to build up armories against an occupying force in your own country. That doesn't take time, okay? It doesn't take time to write out the foundational document of your new country and get agreements from across the entire colonial system. You know, it doesn't take time to do that. You just shit that out. It's in your colon already. You don't even know it. What is he spending his money on? Clearly not in education.
This is what we call as the start of the Civil War. But then you have the first Battle of Bull Run, where civilians gathered around thinking there would not be a civil war, despite the fact historically we say it already started. They had no idea, and it was bedlam.
Well, you even look at like the transition from, you know, the Roman Republic to the Roman Empire, like it wouldn't have, their day-to-day wouldn't have changed that much. Like people still saw it as a functioning republic. There's just like kind of this new guy in this new weird job, and he's here and he's kind of doing stuff, but he kept everything intact. So we look at it now and we say, oh, that's...
Yeah, no one would have had any idea of how their own government worked. They were just all dummies with no intellectual curiosity. They just would have kept on going on. They would have been walking around Rome just being like, yep, just another day in Rome, nothing going on here. Totally right.
That's when the empire started. But for people living in that time period, it really wasn't any different. It was just a guy that brought them stability.
I think there's a possibility, depending on, who wins. In the future, we look back at 2020.
Oh, no,
as...
Rambe, I'm also deeply upset by the placement of all of these things. Like, the guitar is somehow behind him when it could be over here. Like, the katana and sword seem to be, like... probably would be placed fine if the skateboard wasn't on top of them. So everything just looks cluttered and bad. And I've been thinking that the entire time, but I thought it was too petty to bring up. So I'm glad you brought it up first so that I had an excuse to talk about it. Thank you.
This insane period. If the Trumpian faction, or whatever you want to call it, wins and arrests people, holds people accountable, these things happen, the history books will write that a coup was staged, the election was stolen, all that stuff. And they'll write about the corruption of the Democratic Party, how they began arresting journalists and opposition, and it was abject corruption. If Trump loses, they will write the inverse, that a coup was attempted by a dictatorial fascist.
Man, it's so cool that Tim Pool has figured out victory, or the history is written by the victors. It's so cool that he's had that totally original idea.
Who rallied his troops, exactly everything Chris Hayes said.
But also, it's no, O.S. Crane. It's he's already seen the textbook. His third eye is opened. That's why he wears the beanie. He can see the future textbooks that Joe Biden will write after his time in office. It's like it's like Paul Atreides' plan in Dune. It spans the universe.
So it really does just come down to which side holds the seat of legitimacy.
Yes.
The only thing that matters in the end, what do people believe? And if the average person truly fears that the power of government rests in the hands of Trump, Trump can write what he wants. If they feel that it rests in the hands of the FBI, then the Democrats, the FBI, Biden. I don't say Biden because he's not going to write anything, but that's what will happen. I feel like we're getting to the point where the uniparty establishment, the elites, whatever you want to call it, they're losing, and it's their own fault because they refuse to operate as a legitimate law enforcement apparatus. So long as they arrest journalists, they have basically ended their legitimacy, and we're getting...
Yes, lawmakers operate as police. Yep, this thing makes sense. Yep, don't look into it too much. Don't squint your brain to. Nope, just listen. Don't think about it. It's all good. Which I think is basically the rules for engaging with a Tim Pool show if you're a conservative.
Dangerously close to the point where an FBI guy's going to knock on a door and the guy's going to say no. He's going to say, you are not law enforcement, you're a criminal gang, and I won't listen to it. And then the issue becomes, if 10 people in the country defy federal law enforcement, you see the emergence of a dangerous pattern. If 100, the federal government begins to lose the ability to police. If 1,000, then you're getting to the point where people will question whether or not it exists at all. And if it comes to the point where there are 10,000 individuals who are to be arrested, the federal government has no capability to actually bring those people to justice.
How is Tim Pool this stupid? Like, how is Tim Pool this stupid? We have the largest military on the planet, Tim. You think that if 10,000 people were, like, in open rebellion against the United States, the military wouldn't be called in? What are you talking about, Tim? Am I on crazy pills? Is this just not like the most is this not the most obvious thing in the world? Like, yeah, the military would come in, Tim. Like, what? The FBI alone has 35,000 people working for it. That's enough. That's without local and state police support. Yeah. I mean, like, 10,000 people, I would say, is probably not even enough to need to call in the full military, you know? He literally makes me feel smart as fuck, right? I'm not joking when I say that literally one of the reasons I started my channel to make content is because I watched a Tim Pool video for the first time and realized how low the bar was for talent. Like you get rewarded in this business, and like I know I'm smarter than Tim Pool. I know I make better content than Tim Pool. Like, yeah, I can do that. I can do what he does, and I can do it better, and for leftists. So I hope he makes you guys feel like you got big wrinkly brains, because my God, his is the smoothest.
Like, I'm talking about January 6th. Like, if they were like, here's a list of 10,000 people we have to go arrest right now, and not a single one of them cooperate and actually resist, the federal government will be unable to actually deal with that. There are not enough federal law enforcement agents. The only reason the system operates is because people have confidence.
Just out of curiosity, how many federal law enforcement agents are there? So, federal agencies employ approximately 137,000 full-time personnel authorized to make arrests and or carry firearms in 50 states and the District of Columbia, out of more than 800,000 law enforcement officers in the United States. So, Tim, I think you might need more than 10,000 people, just as a starting point, I guess.
That there's an overwhelming force coming from the federal government. With them arresting...
Oh, speaking of, you guys reminded me. Hey, we've been streaming for like 4 hours. If you guys are getting anything interesting out of this, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider sharing the stream with your friends and family. And consider dropping some subs or donos, because at the end of the day, this show is brought to you by viewers like you. You are the ones that make this possible for me to do what I do, And my God, Fiarl, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs over on Twitch. I appreciate that immensely. Thank you very, very much. Hell yeah. Thank you. Oh, it is going to do every single one of these. It's just gonna mute that for a second. Forgot about DEA, NSA, CIA, DHS. Yep, nope, yeah. Thank you very much, Fiarl. Crazy time indeed. And yeah, folks, again, consider dropping those subs and donos. And if you want to come on over to the on-screen chat, that's over on riverboat.gg. You can join for free, and you get no ads. So I think that's a pretty sweet deal. I don't know, Mellowfire. You could also come to riverboat.gg. Anyway, here we go. The sad thing is realizing that Mr. Beanie would get along better with my father than I do. Well, you know, if it's any consolation, you'd probably get along better with Tim Pool's father than he does. So, Tim Pool's dad literally makes videos dunking on Tim Pool. So you know, I'm glad. I guess I'm glad my dad isn't the YouTuber.
Journalists, they are inching themselves to the point, and perhaps on purpose, where sooner or later there will be an FBI SUV, a couple of them, trying to drive into a small rural town in Oklahoma to serve a warrant, and there's going to be 4 guys with ARs and a checkpoint, and they're going to say, "Hold up there," and they're going to say, "Howdy, show me your papers," and they're going to be like, "We're FBI, we have a warrant." Like, that means nothing here. Turn that around, get out. And they're going to say, "You can't say that to us." And like, the hell we can? This is our town. You mean nothing here. That's the dangerous point we get to. Now, a lot of people might be saying, like, that'll never happen. That's scary.
Just in case. Just in case you don't know what I'm talking about, I believe that this is the correct channel. That's just called Tim Pool's Dad. So, you know, it's it's a channel entirely dedicated to dunking on his son. I don't know what to make about this, but yeah, it's a lot. He has almost 700 videos.
How could that happen? Take a look at the NYPD being beaten by criminal aliens. Take a look at the lawlessness we've already seen. Take a look at January 20th, 2017. Hundreds of people smashing windows, setting fires, and the city was forced to pay them. Take a look at the George Floyd riots. Where's some accountability for sure? For the most part, thousands of people firebombed the White House, firebombed St. John's Church. The president's forced into a bunker. Zero accountability. You get nothing.
Who firebombed the White House? What are you talking about, Tim? If thousands of people firebombed the White House, it would have been on fire and would currently not be, at the very least, would not be a White House.
Already at the gates of this, where federal law enforcement is struggling to deal with leftists. Take a look at the, look, guys, Chaz, Seattle, far left extremist took over several city blocks and firebombed.
Just real quick, he's trying to make Chaz, the Chaz, seem like a big deal, but even his white supremacist neo-Nazi guest can't help but chuckle.
Far left extremist took over several city blocks and firebombed the federal building for 90+ days.
Yeah.
The feds were
you had like a rapper who became a warlord or something. It was such a bizarre chapter.
You had people.
It was such a serious rebellion against the United States that it like dissolved in like a week. It was basically one long like block party.
People shot and killed, and the feds could do nothing.
Yeah,
they could do. They deployed.
Yeah. The way Tim Pool is talking about Chaz is as if there were like armed guards patrolling the outside, and like if the feds had tried to get in, they would have been gunned down like dogs in the street, like sniped from the windows. Like that's not how it was at all. Like it just quietly went away. like no, I'm pretty sure cops went into Chaz in order to like catch the people who did those shootings.
Additional law enforcement to the federal building, and they were incompetent and incapable. They were impotent. And it happened at George Floyd Square, they called it in Minneapolis. It happened in Atlanta. Now look at Stop Cop City.
George Floyd Square. I live near there, chat. It's not a lawless wasteland. I guarantee you. Like it's not it's not like the safest place at night, like if you're driving through it, but like it's fine as far as like places go. It's not like this lawless wasteland, like Mad Maxing around in there, like Tim Pool's trying to make it seem.
The feds aren't even trying to deal with 100+ terrorists. It's state level. The federal law enforcement apparatus is shattering. And the only reason it's functioning right now, January 6th, is because the J6 defenders are apologizing, they're capitulating, and they're saying, you win, I'm sorry. But if we get to the point where they eventually say, you guys are arresting journalists, you're not legitimate law enforcement, then the FBI can do nothing but act as a gang, no different than the vice lords in Chicago.
But here's the difference, though, right? And I think here's the one thing. Like, and I know, Ian, you're big about talking about internet video. And I think if you look at it, the fact that we all know about that is important, because in history, people would not have known about it till well after it was over. And I think if you look at the rise of new media, you look at, the rise of podcasts, why did they want to take out Joe Rogan so bad? Because all he was doing was facilitating conversations you were not supposed to have. So people.
What are you talking about? Who is trying to take out Joe Rogan? Like, people were going to like do lawsuits against Joe Rogan. He was a legal liability because he was spreading like vaccine disinfo. He was spreading like COVID misinfo. Like, and frankly, like that probably did get people killed in real life,
People can see these things are happening. They can experience them. They're seeing their, like you even watched during the presidential run, DeSantis couldn't sit down and have a conversation with anybody on a podcast. And you look at that and you actually get to see who these people are, how they think, what's happening, what's occurring. And you're giving enough people an ability to make a decision. And I think that's how things actually change. That's why I'm very hopeful about where we are now. I know things don't look great, but I think the more you show people what's actually happening, when it's actually happening, not this happened 10 years ago and this is where we're at, that's how the tides of change happen.
Yeah, the feds not enforcing some of this stuff is interesting because you were saying at Cop City, they could do nothing, but technically they could have surrounded the place with siege tanks. They just didn't.
It is incredible to me that like Ian is like Moon Lord is not like an intelligent man. Like he can't really read the room. He's ingested a lot of conspiracy theory. He's virulently anti-Semitic. But every so often he's just like, but wait, Tim, it's not true that they couldn't have done anything about Chaz. They could have surrounded it with like SWAT teams or tanks or like they could have leveled it with bombs. Like, and Tim Pool has to be like, well, absolutely, Ian, you're correct.
And so the question is an impotent federal armed force worse than like a robot force, a force of drones that don't have emotions, that will not stop. Like those things could be.
Ah, yes. Moonlord bringing us back to the real questions about robot cops. It's true, Ian. We need to know the truth about robocops.
Be more dangerous, but they'd be more likely to enforce. And they're not going to, they're not going to be afraid to run at a guy with that's opening fire in a crowd.
Thousands of people in D.C. were involved in the firebombing of the White House and St. John's Church. Where are the feds and the Capitol Police to set up offices around the country to hunt those people down and bring them to justice? January 6th has it, but they don't. This is the point. In order to save this country, there needs to be a resurgence of law enforcement. If Donald Trump gets arrested, perhaps he can then start a task force to balance out the law enforcement apparatus. But so long as we're seeing opposition journalists get arrested and forced to surrender by the FBI, while the far left extremists who are firebombing government buildings, nothing happens to them. Like, we are dangerously close to people in this country just saying, what country?
Well, I think even as well, like I'm sure you guys have had this experience too. Like I'm more right of center, but I have a lot of friends that are left of center and even further left than that. And there's become this righteous indignation of what they've lived through the last few years and what they've seen. And we're all on the same side of the fence now. And I think that's the interesting thing is people have been forced to look at this long enough and forced to experience it long enough. And people are saying, this isn't right. This isn't how it works. We need to do something about this. And I do think that it brings people to a point of like, that's how change happens. You bring people to a point of where change is needed.
There's a video from the Syrian civil war of a guy carrying a grocery bag through rubble. And I think it's important for people to realize that when great wars happen, day-to-day life stays routine for the average person. They wake up.
It doesn't stay routine, Tim. They just need to eat in order to not die. That's not that man walking through rubble. That was not part of his daily routine, Tim. That he was surviving in a war situation. It's inherently not routine.
They go get food. They come home. They talk to their family. The average person is not holding rifles out windows or fighting in the streets. So if, what we're seeing right now in this country, many people think civil war can't happen. World War III can't happen. It literally could be happening right now, as we were mentioning before. The history bit.
Oh, yep. The Civil War is already here, Tim. Good one. Do we need to play the trailer again for A24's Civil War, the Florida Alliance? Oh God.
Books may look back on January 6th as the moment it all began. The crossing of the Rubicon may have been January 6th, depending on who writes about what.
I like the Federal Reserve. I mean, I don't like the Federal Reserve, but I like the theory that the creation of the Federal Reserve was the Rubicon, the moment. It was a digital coup this time. They didn't have to do it with military force. They bought the country out. And
War has changed, though, right? War has become, I know General Mike Flynn's talked about a lot more how war has become psychological now. And I think that's the difference is war isn't as kinetic as it used to be. Now we experience war every single day.
Yeah, that term war is very vague.
Mm-hmm.
Control. I mean, it's really about control. I think war is about control, whether it's controlling someone else's behavior or controlling resources. But if you can just control their minds, then you don't need to fight them.
Oh my God.
How much does it make Alex Jones look prophetic now? He's been talking about for 30 years as a war on for your mind.
I wonder about if the difference between prophesying and actually just guiding society towards a thing. Because when I first learned Alex's stuff, I was like, why does he call it info war? Is he trying to manifest a war? Or is he actually just...
Yeah, yep. He named it InfoWars because he's trying to manifest a war. You're as usual, Moonlord. Your initial instinct is spot on. Come on, dude. The fact that he's like the smartest person on the usual Tim Pool podcast should tell you a lot.
Explaining that there is a war. It took me a while to kind of appreciate that I don't know what you call it, negative manifest, saying things are bad, because then I feel like things get bad. And if little kids hear that and they're like, things are bad, okay, then I'm going to live like things are bad. I'm going to steal and take what I get because things are bad anyway. So you really want to say that things are good, point out the problems, but then, because even in war, you need to inspire people and remind them that things are good. like you were just saying, Tim, life goes on. You can't.
Yeah, you know, these bombs that are dropping on us are really good. Don't you know? I know they killed Grandma and Grandpa yesterday, but they're good. You know, this is building character. I'm Ian Crossland.
Like, if you talk about how bad stuff is, you're just gonna, not only is shit gonna fall apart around you, people will turn on you. Like, you've gotta manifest a positive potential future.
But
How can you say this when you're on the Tim Pool Show, a show dedicated to fear mongering about like racial minorities that has on? You're literally sitting at a table, Ian, with like neo-Nazis, a neo-Nazi white supremacist who was a member of Identity Europa, a group that would like try and capsize migrant refugee boats in the Mediterranean. Like, what are you doing, dude?
If your kitchen's on fire and someone's like, "Hey, I'm concerned about the kitchen fire," and you're like, "Come on, man, don't drag me down. I'm trying to watch the show."
Don't do that. You put the fire out immediately, but then afterwards,
that's what we're dealing with.
Don't cry about it every day. Oh, there's a fire. There's going to be more fires. Oh no.
Right,
Like,
but
just get out of that state of mind.
It's a balance between awareness, right, understanding something is happening and handling a situation, and then putting all your attention on that situation all the time, right? Like we've got to create good stuff. We've got to create better stuff. Like I think it's more important than ever for people to start businesses. I know, like we're homeschooling our kids, like doing things like that. Like if we don't handle those things and we don't take responsibility in our own sphere, like we are letting those things happen.
I suppose the best course of action right now, the highest probability of survival.
I swear to God, if he says we all need to invest in gold, and then he like goes into like a sponsored gold ad, I'm gonna lose my shit.
And stability is Trump getting elected, a new AG coming in, the arrest of the uniparty corrupt who have been selling out this country.
Just to be very clear, to translate what he's talking about, he's saying that, you know, Trump gets elected, we get a new attorney general, and then Trump arrests all of his political opponents. When he says the uniparty corrupt elite, he's talking about like the Jews, he's talking about any and all opposition to Donald Trump, frankly, like from Hillary Clinton to Fauci to like insert whatever left-leaning boogeyman can be conjured by Tim Pool's mind. That's who he's talking about.
Look at Fani Willis. We call her Fannie Willis. Look at Judge Engoron. I mean, these people are abject corruption.
Citation needed. How? How are they corrupt, Tim?
Engoron represents the fall of this republic in so many ways. It's not
like how
Trump was found guilty of fraud in a summary judgment by the judge. No trial, none. Just bang the.
That's because Donald Trump's lawyers did not request a jury trial. Donald Trump should have hired better lawyers if he wanted a jury trial, but his lawyers did not ask for one. You need to ask for one. And his legal team did not. So
the gavel and said, "Okay, let's figure out how much money you owe us, Trump." The alleged victims, not really victims, said they loved it. Trump did everything right. He did everything normal, and they all made money, and they'd like to work with Trump in the future. He said, "Don't."
The victims were also the citizens of the state of New York, because the state of New York, or maybe not the state of New York, the like New York City prosecutor's office, I believe. New York City has a special interest in maintaining free and fair markets because they are a hub for international investing. Allowing people to commit fraud on the scale that Donald Trump did puts New York City at risk of becoming a place that is known for, you know, oh, well, you can go to New York City and just like say whatever you want your company to be worth and it will be worth that. For obvious reasons, the city and state have like a special interest in coming down on fraud because it impacts the entire rest of that market, you know?
Care. You're victims. And now Trump pays who? And then Trump said, "Okay, I'll give it."
Trump pays the state for committing fraud. Because also when you inflate or deflate your assets, that messes with taxes for a wide variety of reasons.
$100 million bond, and they said, no, we want all of it. The amount of money they're demanding from Trump just happens to be the amount of money he has in cash. They're trying to shut down a political campaign with lawfare.
Again, how exactly would this shut down his political campaign? Because political campaign funds are not the same as funds in the candidate's bank account. Those are two different things.
I look, right now, if the Democrats win in November, I do not think it's hyperbolic to say it is the end of the American Republic and the beginning of the American Empire. In that sense that
Yeah. Sure, Tim Pool. America's never had an empire before. Anyway, don't look up the origin of the term banana republic. Don't look at American territorial control. Don't look at the U.S. war in the Philippines. Don't look into any of that. This is terrible comparative political analysis. Yeah, like honestly, like this is dog shit. Like you would be laughed out of the room of anyone serious about political analysis in any university, in any school, frankly, in any like reasonable gathering of like relatively educated adults. But Tim Pool is not aiming towards that audience demographic.
we now have rule by a shadow, I say shadow government. We know they're the deep state. We know they're the intelligence agencies. We don't know their names. We don't know who's doing what.
When they say the deep state, just keep in mind what they mean are the bureaucrats that like make things run, that stay in the government between like elections, because for obvious reasons, you can't just replace the entire workforce of the federal government every 4 years. So like there are tons and tons of people in the bureaucracy who stay there between administrations and have worked diligently, regardless of who's in power, to maintain like this hulking beast of a government that we have. And what Tim Pool is kind of alluding to when he talks about the need to kind of cull this thing, this machine, this bureaucracy, is essentially the installation of yes men, the installation of everyone that will need to say yes to Trump in order to do what Trump wants to do. What he's talking about here is how to turn our republic, our democracy, into a dictatorship. And Tim Pool, I think, knows that he's doing that. But he also knows that, like, yeah, I agree with you, Wolf Glenn. He's feeding slop to hogs. To people who will mindlessly eat it and don't really care much what is being fed to them.
I think the Republic ceased to exist in 1913, and I think we've had a bunch
Oh,
of
okay,
bunch of puppet guys since then. I think, and it's just the latest.
Again, I can't believe that they continue to make the argument that like, oh, the United States hasn't been a democracy since we took ourselves off the gold standard. Like that's insane. That's an insane thing to think. Ah, yes, abstracting our currency has been a terrible thing for us. Anyway, let's talk about how we're able to now operate with, like, economic impunity on a global scale. Something that would have been impossible for us to do with the gold standard.
Puppet in a line of puppets, and eventually the people that are in power will let us know, hey, we're in power and we're going to get rid of the puppets.
Yeah, Kennedy getting killed.
That
was a big problem.
Darth Vader.
Like we've been being led by the, what do you call it, the Principate, by the Praetorian Guard, the deep state, for 100
Ian's just like, yeah, I know no one's talking about the JFK assassination, but that is directly analogous to when Julius Caesar was stabbed to death.
The
15
FBI
years.
and the DOJ are like the new Praetorian Guard. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
Praetorian.
Praetorian.
Okay. These are deeply serious people.
There we go. Praetorian Guard.
Proletariat.
I was going to say proletariat. That's a little marks there. But
It seems like it's this inevitable swing to global government right now. That like this would be like the new empire would be like a global empire, and
they'll attach.
Hey, Ian, what would you call the current U.S. empire that spanned the globe? Just out of curiosity.
The military-industrial complex from government, so that it's unaccountable.
And then they'll be like, "Your cops are so bad. You want our robot cops, don't you?" And people will be like, "Yes, we want some order. Give us anything." They're like, "Let us fly drones over your house."
That's actually that new movie that just came out on Netflix, Code 8, Part 2. You guys see that one?
Not on Netflix.
So in the first, the movie's basically a small percentage of the population have superpowers, but they're oppressed because like it's illegal to use the powers. You can't do that, and they have robot police that have guns and kill people. In Part 2, the people are upset over it, so they're like, okay, we'll give you the non-lethal dog robots instead.
Why is he talking? How is this like the cultural touchstone he goes with? Like, yes, Code 8, Part 2. But like, the first one has like 6 out of 10 reviews. Like it does not seem like people like this movie particularly much. It doesn't look like they liked the sequel all that much either, with a 60% or 67% on Rotten Tomatoes. God, he literally can't understand politics unless there's like a movie that he can relate to it.
And so then they have drones and dogs instead because people are like, oh, the cops are so bad. So it basically they just mask it. Mass produce it. I don't want to give away parts of the movie though, but
you even
yeah, if only we had a movie, much earlier about the horrors of having a robotic police force. I just can't imagine anything like that. Can't imagine what might have. I don't know what might have led to this.
CP pioneered cyborg technology, and now we take a quantum leap forward. State-of-the-art destructive capabilities, commanded by a unique combination of software and organic systems. In every way, an improvement over the original. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you RoboCop 2.
Stop or I'll shoot.
All right. Anyway,
idea make them beg for their servitude.
You even look at like how Augustus got power, right? Like he said, I'm going to leave. I'm not going to be dictator for life anymore. And they said, no, please give us stability, right? People will beg for stability and they'll sacrifice their
anyway. Yeah, we really need more robot cop movies.
Security in order to get it.
That could be
Black
Trump.
Economist.
That's the story from Augustus.
I hope not, but yeah.
Like, could it be possible that he was lying and that he just seized
Well, yeah,
power?
because he paid for the history to be written. So as far as we know, he actually had an official scribe that wrote all the histories from 43 to 17.
So
almost like he was a Roman emperor that would, have like roomfuls of scribes. He's really talking about Roman emperors. This entire video has been relating the fall of Rome to the current state of the American electorate, which is insane. But that's what they've been doing the entire time.
Here's the challenge. If the parent probabilities are the corruption...
What the fuck relevance does Rome have to the modern day? Basically, do we have a... Basically, the guy he has on is a former member of Identity Europa, a European neo-Nazi organization And one thing that Nazis really like to do is associate the fall of the Roman Empire with the current degenerate state of America. And it is then their way of kind of claiming a either ideological or direct secession from the Roman Empire to legitimize their fascist politics.
The deep state and the Praetorian Guard, or a self-proclaimed dictator, or pseudo-faux but self-proclaimed dictator, what's your choice? Right? So, I say, what if Trump really does, like Rachel Maddow loses her mind, it's like, he will be president for life. Sure. What if Donald Trump gets in, and then he's like, we need law and order in this country. We need mass deportation. He begins deporting the millions of criminal aliens. People begin cheering for it. And then 3.5 years later, he's like, well, that about does it for me. And then people rise up in the street saying, no. Amend the Constitution. Let Trump stay. Let him remain. And then Trump says, I'll do it if you want me to. And he'll be very old by then.
Well, I think that's the thing that serves us, is his age is actually very beneficial, right?
He could be dictator for life, and it could be 4 years.
Yeah.
But I guess philosophically, morally speaking, if Trump begins...
No, I really need to emphasize, Tim Pool is literally contemplating and seemingly okay with Donald Trump becoming a dictator. Let that sink in, This is one of the most listened to political commentators on the planet advocating for a dictatorship under Trump.
To enforce the law, the economy improves, the border is becoming secure, wars are fading. Would you say, no, it's bad because he's being dictatorial, so we should go back to the Praetorian Guard system? Or would you be like, I accept it?
If the choice is Trump or the deep state, I'm going with Trump, president for life, definitely. But
and that's the challenge, right? Because it's not a good thing. But what are you supposed to do? Trump is good. I like Trump. I think Trump will be a good president.
Yeah, but the departure from representative government into something wildly different.
Yeah, this guy has a raging boner right now at the idea of fascism.
Right.
That's the turd sandwich.
Yeah, that would be pretty wild. But we need some kind of.
Yeah. Notice his reaction here is, that's the turd sandwich. Yeah, that would be pretty wild. Because this guy doesn't think fascism is a turd sandwich. He thinks that it's actually pretty based and cool.
Regime change, peaceful. We need a change in power structures. And whether that's, the Trump becomes dictator scenario or another one, it's remains to be seen.
I know that obviously Tim Pool is pro-Trump's fascism. But the interesting departure here is that not only is he pro-Trump's fascism, he's in favor of Trump becoming a dictator. Because even people who are deeply invested in Trump usually balk at the idea of him becoming a dictator. It flies in the face of so many aspects of what Americans identify with,
You were saying
but there has to be some kind of change.
Yeah, the decentralization of military authority. I'm not sure which emperor you said did that. Went into the empire and was like, in order to stop getting attacked in the capital.
Diocletian.
Diocletian. So this decentralization of authority is kind of a way that we can preserve or alter our system.
We already have that. We've just federalized too much. That's the problem. We've taken power away from the states and we've gone directly to a federal system.
Yeah, and technology too. Too much is in centralized databases with proprietary algorithms that we don't have.
Yeah, Tim Pool, all told, I think has 8 million subscribers on YouTube across his various channels. It's pretty crazy.
Access to, so those need to be decentralized, in my opinion, in order to fight against this corruption, this centralized corruption.
It'd be really funny if Trump gets elected and there's a little bit of reform, but it's still kind of bad. And then some Democrat comes in and wins in 2028, and then things start getting worse and worse. And then you get a couple Republicans, and then after, 15 or so years, or I think 20 years, Barron Trump becomes the
Oh my
self-proclaimed
God.
dictator.
It's like 8 foot tall.
He's almost 7 feet tall, and then the country's
Is he seriously like fantasizing right now about Baron Trump becoming dictator?
in disarray. It's not working. There's a lot of fighting, and then he becomes 35. He decides, I don't know how old he'll be when he'll first be eligible to run, when the first election will be. But then he runs, and then he declares himself, and it was Baron the whole time, not Donald. Donald means herald. Donald Trump means herald of the world ruler. That's right.
Oh, it was Baron all along.
It's
Donald,
that book from like the turn of the century.
yeah. So Donald is Scottish origin, is world ruler, and Trump means literally the trumpet sound, and so it is the trumpet sound of the world ruler. But does that mean?
I'm getting dumber listening to this. Jesus Christ.
That Donald Trump represents the sound of the world ruler, meaning he is heralding in the world ruler. And Baron, meaning quite literally the Baron, is actually.
And because Don Jr. will come in and you'll be like, is it Don Jr.? And he'll be like, no, I'm still the herald. I'm still heralding because it's the same name. Just means
Isn't that wild, though?
You're still heralding in the next one.
This is not a joke. Donald Trump means the trumpet sound of the world ruler. Or the world you could argue it means the world ruler's trumpet sound.
It's a funny skit because I could imagine Trump being like, and the next greatest ruler of it. And then Don Jr. walks in and was like, yeah. And he's like, no, it's not me. The next greatest ruler is.
What does Donald mean?
My son is tremendously big.
It's Gaelic from
large.
Dumno, meaning world, and Val, meaning rule. Domhall was the original Scottish name, which became Donald. It means ruler of the world.
When we find out that Baron has been undergoing like CRISPR tech in China and he speaks fluent Mandarin and he's like, I will unify this planet, I'm going to be like, all right, Baron, I got your back.
I think it goes back to, though, getting back to a Republican form of government.
my
I think
God,
that's really
dude.
what we've gotten so far away from that, because you look at even the U.S. Senate serves no purpose. It serves no purpose. We have 2 Congresses because they're both elected the same way, and state legislatures don't have a say in anything anymore. State legislatures is actually what would have been able to fix 2020 because they would have had a say to the Senate. But instead, we just have 2 Congresses. There serves no purpose.
I think that they stopped the
I'm taking
mob
mental damage
for
now.
making decisions, but I guess either house could do that. The House could do that, or the Senate.
Yeah.
Either chamber could do that.
It could do that, and it's if you look at the 17th Amendment, like, they did it for a good reason. What was happening was people were taking their political friends, because since the state legislature was electing the senators and putting their friends in those positions. But I think you figure out how to reform that. You don't get rid of it altogether because it doesn't serve a purpose. Otherwise, the state legislature has no representation, and you really just have 2 Congresses then because they're voted for the same way.
What are you talking about, dude? What do you mean the state legislature has no representation? What do you mean the state legislature has no representation in Congress? Because both the House and the Senate are elected the same way via votes from their constituents? So that would be fixed by having constituents just vote for their state legislators, and then the state legislators would vote for members of Congress. This is stupid.
A big problem with the Republic is that the people up there aren't representing
That's
their
true.
constituents properly. It's
We
impossible.
need term limits. We need some sort of a term limit.
And
on
also,
it.
like,
Well,
it's
we need to ban lobbying. If you want people to represent their constituents, you ban lobbying.
just physically impossible for one guy to represent 5 guys.
Well,
or 700,000.
Man, Ian, you're making the stupidest argument against democracy.
Like, you can't realistically represent those people.
Well, one of the things George Washington wanted is he wanted a much larger representation side for Congress, so there would have been substantially more people in Congress. And imagine that many people are there, they wouldn't agree on anything. That would be great. And like, if you look at the Cursus Honorum in Rome, so that's like the series of things you would go through to actually run the city and run the country. They had term limits. You served for a year, and then they replaced you. And then it was several years before you could hold another position. I think that's actually really important. And a lot of those people were landholders, and they had careers, and they were in the Senate. And I think that is something that we don't have. We don't have a better term limit system. Term limit on the people in the jobs, but also the people that work for them. Senate staffers and congressional staffers, they're the same people that just cycle over, man.
Did the Romans have a deep state?
The Praetorian Guard later on. You know, early on, no, but the Praetorian Guard later.
But in the beginning, they didn't. It was literally the senators were the one.
Yeah, yep. Nope. Don't look into it, Ian. There were no people, there were no bureaucrats. It was just senators, and that was that.
Ones making the decisions and running.
Well, the senators didn't actually, so they would, the Roman Senate would make recommendations.
Rome, famous for not having any bureaucracy.
And then the people that were actually in positions would later implement that. It was typical when the Senate said, we recommend this, it would be through a decree, that it would be put into actual usage. But the Senate didn't actually put anything into motion. They just recommended things.
Oh, so technically they had no power?
Right,
because they were run by an emperor. Yeah.
And it comes from the Latin meaning senex, which means old man. So it was supposed to be the oldest and wisest men basically giving their advice to the city.
Yeah, congratulations, Politic Queen.
Yes, it actually comes from the Senate were the advisors to the kings of Rome. So it was something that actually had stayed from the original Roman kingdom.
Gamer G.
Jack isn't earning enough for this brain damage. She's going to need CT scan after this.
It's true. I will need a CT scan after this. Thank you for covering a fraction of the medical bill that will surely ensue. Gamer G, thank you for gifting Snook in a sub. I certainly appreciate it.
Okay. That's interesting.
I was just looking up.
Oh, why do they care about Rome? I talked about this at the beginning of the show, but basically, Nazis and Nazi esotericism tends to focus on bastardized concepts from Hinduism, most notably the one of the Kali Yuga, which is this idea of the cyclical nature of history, and the idea that we're currently in the cycle of suffering, and that is why we need a strong dictator, emperor, fascist authoritarian to come in and lead us to prosperity and victory through the bad times. This was really spread by Hitler and the Nazis initially, and in more modern times you have people like Steve Bannon that have now stopped talking so much about the Kali Yuga and removed the Hindu mysticism from it, but nonetheless still propagate the idea of there being this cyclical nature of history. The same general idea. They just call it like the fourth turning. And people like Joe Rogan will also from time to time talk about the Kali Yuga. So yeah, so you take that in mind, and then basically you think of, oh well, if people have this kind of built-in like cyclical view of history, then what happened in Rome is happening again, is essentially like the idea here.
Origins. Drumpf is not a real word, I've learned. John Oliver made it up.
Really?
However, German officials do confirm a long time ago it was a surname, but the general consensus seems to be that it literally just means Trump. It's the same thing. And, that's about it. So Trump literally is the trump of a trumpet, and Donald means ruler of the world. Baron means nobleman or warrior. So it does really seem like Donald Trump is the dude. Like if he was to be, it's not going to be his son, it's going to be him. But, I think it's also kind of silly.
I appreciate that.
My name means one who honors God and is judged by him.
Wow.
Yeah.
What does Paul Ryan mean? Slimy man?
Yeah. I don't know.
It's 2024. Paul Ryan hasn't been seen for like 8 years. Why are we even talking about him?
Let's find out.
How are you looking these up, by the way?
I just Googled it.
The name...
Paul means humble.
Oh.
And Ryan means little king.
Humble little king.
Humble little king. I'll go with Timothy Daniel. One who honors God and is judged by him is not so bad. I don't know his middle name though. Poole just literally means like literally pool.
Oh, my middle name is Ryan. I guess that makes me Little King.
Little King.
I think my last name has something to do with where they crucified people.
Ian means God is gracious.
It does all the Mormons.
It means John. It's like Scottish for John. Jan.
And Crossland means newly cultivated land.
Oh, okay.
Huh. So it's a God is gracious, newly cultivated land.
Guess I should start a farm.
Huh.
Cultivate, grow some pineapples.
That's kind of
my
wild.
calling.
Like someone in your family got their last name because they had just started a farm.
I guess so.
That's it. Like a guy started a farm and they're like, oh look, he's Crossland.
Oh, my last name comes from roofers. We were English.
Huh.
Roofers?
English roofers, slate.
Oh, awesome. Did they cut the slate themselves?
Why is passing? Do you mean passing the Rubicon or crossing the Rubicon? I don't think that is typically considered a dog whistle or bullhorn or anything like that. It's just a phrase. It just yeah, when Julius Caesar crossed the Rubicon, he was essentially like declaring himself emperor. It was not a thing that like he could undo once he crossed his army across the river of the Rubicon. So like basically the idea of crossing a Rubicon or crossing the Rubicon became like a phrase that just means you've crossed a point of no return. I don't know that it's a dog whistle. I've never heard someone say it that it was, but that's what the phrase means.
Themselves?
I don't know. It's a long time ago.
Hammered that shit off. I mean, I feel like we.
Oh, this is great. Hold on, look at this. Pool.
Oh, is crossing? Did QAnon like appropriate crossing the Rubicon? Like follow the White Rabbit. QAnon took that too.
Last name comes from Pool with an E or Paul, Jewish from the Netherlands, and Dutch, ethnic name for someone from Poland.
Oh, you should tell Luke.
I am not Polish at all.
Well, maybe not.
Well, you
Luna
look
Rose
at
in
like
YouTube chat is saying
slave,
it
like
is.
slave
it's
actually
Ukraine.
just comes from the
Slav.
derivation is from Slav.
Yeah. Language is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I always loved.
Well, Rambe, it's actually been approximately 4.5 hours of this. Because I have to pause so often and interject so often that it has turned into a spanning saga. Okay, it's in the QAnon lexicon. Okay, I'm not gonna let them take crossing the Rubicon from us. That they can have the Lewis Carroll reference. I don't care about that one so much. Dude was allegedly a kid toucher. They can have that one.
Reading reading a bit about like the Romance languages.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I love that section we talked about how like Rome falls and then everyone just basically is like making their own version, which eventually becomes a language. I was reading that Italian and French could arguably be considered a dialect because they're so similar.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the exact same words.
Well, it's even so in Latin the word the word that Romans would have used for their slaves was servus, which just means servant. So it's
wow.
They just used a different way.
Yeah. Well, let's we're starting to wind things up, and I'm curious your guys' final thoughts. Did we debunk or confirm the idea that America is much like the Roman Empire or Roman Republic or something, whatever meme?
Similar in some ways, dissimilar in other ways. It's never going to be.
But it's rhyming.
An exact. Yes,
Yeah.
it's rhyming. Absolutely.
Yeah, I would say it's similar, but I think at the same time, we're in a good position to have a reformer put things back where they are and put things back in position. I'm very hopeful because at the same time, we're
there's a lot of sussy stuff about Lewis Carroll.
able to have conversations like this, and we're able to have more people be aware and understand. So I'm actually very hopeful where we are now.
Right on. Well, everybody, thanks for listening. Today is the first annual Timcast Cockfest. We have
the first Timcast Cuckfest?
Today is the first annual Timcast Cockfest. We have slaughtered the roosters, and we're going to eat them now.
Oh, Cockfest. I don't know that makes it better.
So Chicken City, we had a bunch of roosters, and we had too many, and so they're all being cooked. We've got some that were brined, some that were marinated in vinegar.
Wow.
some that are being pressure cooked, some that are being roasted rooster. It's going to be great. And that's what we're going to go do. So do you guys want to just shout anything out before we wrap up? You first?
Yeah, so at Restore Order USA on Twitter, patrickcasey.com. Those are the main places to find me. And thank you for having me on, Tim.
Right on. Thanks for coming.
And at Jeremy Ryan Slate on X. Same thing for my YouTube channel. And once again, my company's Command Your Brand, and we help to facilitate conversations like this and make a big impact. So I wrote a book on it because I think this is really important. So that's over at bestpodcastbook.com.
Ian Crossland, man, thanks for coming, guys. Great stuff.
Thank you.
Right on.
Yeah, let's rock and roll.
Rad. Well, I certainly hope that as we move closer and closer towards November, things don't get as crazy as many people think they will. But it's already getting crazy. I mean, Rachel Maddow going on TV saying Trump will be president for life. Chris Hayes' unhinged rant about the president staging a coup. I just don't see how these people chill at this point. So, that being said, subscribe to this channel, Tenet Media. We do the show every...
You don't need to subscribe to Tenet Media. I'll give you the real good brain rot, all right? Just taking a quick look at Tim Pool's guest's Twitter feed. You know, here's Patrick Casey, PaleoCon. Another word for Nazi. And, oh, look at this. His first non-pinned tweet is a retweet of Canada was a paradise on Earth, massive oil reserves, natural beauty, a border with America, isolation from the third world. All of it was voluntarily squandered in a single generation. And it's just a quote tweet of families with happy newborns. But they're non-white families with healthy newborns, you see. What a swell guy that Tim Pool had on his show. What a good dude. Oh look, it's fascists not understanding Helldivers 2. What a surprise. God. Yeah. Well, that was a thing. And I don't know. I think that this is a harbinger of really awful shit coming down the pipeline. You know? These people want to end democracy. They want to end democracy. They want to kill minorities. They want to, at the very least, ship minorities elsewhere. And they're also the most boring and rizless motherfuckers on the planet. They're weird. They're freaks. They're disgusting. And most of all, they're just deeply, deeply uninteresting.